Hit. Yay forces. That's right, everybody. It's Hi Forces. And that means it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday for me, for you, for everybody, unless you're down under. What's going on, peeps? Look at this. I've kind of fixed my green screen. But I just kind of have to be a little shifty. Just kind of have to, like, be over here. How do I do this? It's like I'm lurking. There you go. Screenshot that. New lurk emote. Easy done. Yeah, because if I don't, then you can just see all that there. That's the light. The light on that side. That's the one that broke, basically. So, yeah, that's why. That's why it's like this. There's gonna be like a green aura just behind me. You're gonna have to just deal with it, basically. We could do this. You know what I mean? We could do it. We could work with this. I think. This community has been through worse things than my green screen not quite working correctly. So that's that. Welcome everybody. Look at all these people in the chat. We've got half a laptop. We've got Mix, Chloe B. We've got Lyra and friends. We've got Almost Elise. We've got Lorelei Lime. Sorry, I will get used to that eventually. Lorelei Lime. We've got Adam Warlock, we've got Kiri Magic, we've got Carbuncle. I can't remember how I'm saying your name. It's been a while. How are you doing? And yeah, how are we all doing? It's Goblin Light. It's a Goblin aura, that's right. Little Goblin area just in the back there. How are we all doing? How's your day been? I'm feeling quite myself today, which is weird because today is a big ADHD day for me. Which means kind of like nothing is really going smoothly. I'm making like a lot of mistakes. Like, has anyone seen like the rotisserie chicken guy that's getting about? I say he's getting about. There's like a whole thing on.
Hello, Mr. Muel. I forgot to turn off the auto renew, so have another sub from me less than 3.
Thank you so much, Thicky Comrade. I appreciate the auto renew. Thank you so much for the sub. Pat Potato, welcome in. Hello, Birdie Blake. Hello. What was I on about then? Yeah, so, for example, have you seen the rotisserie chicken guy that's getting around? Everyone's like, yo, this guy just ate 40 rotisserie chickens in 40 days. And it's like... for a start, I don't understand the hype. I just don't understand it. If this is like a whole thing to get this guy's like social media thing off the ground or whatever, I think it's pretty weak. Like, I eat probably a rotisserie chicken's worth of food and more every day because of like bodybuilding in the gym and kickboxing and shit. And it's not an achievement, thank you. It's not an achievement. It's not. And it's like there's all these pictures everywhere. I don't know if it's just like a weird meme that people have like ran away with it, you know? Yeah, a rotisserie chicken, like for a start, a rotisserie chicken is literally very fucking easy to eat. If you've never had one, right? I know lots of people are vegan and stuff like that, but if you're not a vegan, or if you're a vegan now and you weren't before, like a rotisserie chicken is very easy to eat because it's one of the tastiest ways to make, like, cook a chicken, basically. So much so that I went into animal mode today and I got a rotisserie chicken because I'd heard so much about rotisserie chickens in like the last month that I was just driven to insanity, and I bought one and I started eating it like a chimp earlier today. So one example of me sort of like nothing really going right is that like I grabbed this fucking chicken breast with my bare hands and ate it, and I got like the wishbone in my mouth. I just like went ah, and it went ah. You know, like heard it like that, and I was like, oh, and I just like fished it all out of my mouth. Yeah, I went fully goblin on a rotisserie chicken. Yeah, literally, yeah. Literally. Chicken in the brain, that's right. Too tired to type, not gonna. That's fair enough. I didn't make a wish, no, because I didn't know that the wishbone was in my mouth. So now I think I've got like 7 years bad luck or something, haven't I? Can't stop myself. Birdie, you must stop. Rest those fingies. Rest them up. Hey, Adrenaline, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. I wish this fucking bone wasn't in my mouth. Yeah, I wish this hadn't happened. He's a plant from Big Chicken. I think he is, yeah. I think he is. 40 rotisserie chickens in a week. That would be an achievement. Yeah, I agree, yeah. I agree. You mean the half chickens you get at food trucks, those that are made on the rotating grill? German brain me, we just call it half a chicken. No, well, it wouldn't be, it would be like a full one. It would be, he's on about like a full one. Who are we talking about? To be honest, I hate this because we're talking about me. Also, hi, Smutty Baba Yaga. We were meant to be talking about me, which is what this whole stream's about, isn't it? It's about talking about me and how I'm good and everything about me is amazing and poggers, right? And how I'm smart and I'm the best boy. But now we're talking about the rotisserie chicken man because everyone's like, oh, it's rotisserie chicken man. He's an idiot because he thinks he's the best, you know. Hi, Captain Otterspotter. Yes, we were also talking about how chickens should fear me. Yeah, that's right. I agree. I think most chickens rightfully fear men. You know, just in general. I noticed how I said men there and not like people, because I think men are the worst. That's how you know I'm a good feminist. Adult human chicken confirmed. It's right. I'm a featherless biped. Can't believe how many incidents managed to happen in the last 4 days. Holy shit. I'm sorry to hear about that, half a laptop. It's 10 a.m. and now I want a rotisserie chicken. Have one for... Listen, I don't want to encourage other people to not be vegan, but if you're going to not be vegan, you know, then just grab a rotisserie chicken for breakfast. Like, you don't need to worry about that. Who cares? Who cares? Some of them are funny. I know, that's the joke. You're so cool and you know everything and are the best. You have the largest brain in the world. Chickens have no chance. That's right, Terra Tofu. I could easily beat any chicken in a debate. Chicken for 11s is good practice, yeah. Now I know what it's called in English. It's just it's a chicken on a spit, innit? Like a rotating skewer. That's what it is. So like for example that, like I got the wishbone in my mouth. Earlier when I was like making my tea, I like did something weird as well. What was I doing? I boiled water to put in the kale, in the pot with the kale, right? But for some reason I just poured cold water fresh from the filter into the pot when it was ready to cook it. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? What is going on there? So I did that. And then what else did I do? I did some other stuff that was like ridiculous and I didn't know what was going on. It's probably a French word. Yes, it is a French word. Rotisserie. Because roti means roast. And tisserie, I think it just means chicken from a roastery. Like they say like, you know, like a bakery. They would call it like a roastery. So they'd call it a rotisserie. So there you go. Usually get them at the deli section of the grocery store. They have little packages with handles on them. That's exactly what I got today. Yes. And there are two options. You can have normal or extra tasty. And I don't know why anybody gets anything other than extra tasty. You know? Making tea. Does this mean a drink or a meal? Please translate. Right. If I say I was making me tea, right? That means making my dinner. Okay? And no, it's not just salt. Extra tasty is not just salt. There's something else on it as well.
10 Monteruini's baby finger guns.
Yeah, there you go. 10 Monteruini's baby finger guns. Quill, thank you so much for the 10 months. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Right beside the absolutely desiccated wedge fries. Oh, yeah, that's right, Birdie. Yeah, that's right. I imagine that the less tasty version is good for if you're using the chicken for like a pie later. Yeah, that's true. MSG and probably a rosemary. I think you're right. Yep. I think you're right. Yeah. How much more does extra tasty cost? I think it's like 50p. 50p more than a plain chicken. vegan curry sausage for dinner tonight. I need my German fast food even though I'm vegan now. Can you get vegan currywurst? I would fuck up so many vegan currywursts, you have no idea. I fucking love currywurst. It's so good. It's so fucking good. It's all I ate when I was in Berlin. Just ate enough of that. Just have the normal and certified humane. Interesting. Hey Shafiq, how's it going? Welcome in. I don't see why vegan wurst wouldn't be possible. There's some really good vegan sausages out there. Hey Bloomhouse, how's it going? Well, I was in the gym today, had a really good workout in the gym today, felt really good. I've been throwing in ab exercises and wrist exercises to my workout these past few days, so that's been very good. You can have the sausage vegan and then just make the sauce yourself. That's what you're doing. I love cooking, so yeah. Fucking Pog champ. Pog fucking champ. Sausages is one of the easiest to replace meat stuffs. Yeah, that's right. Vegan bratwurst is usually really good. Yeah, of course it is. Absolutely. 100%. Hey, Zach. How's it going? Welcome in. Could I get a shout out for Zakat, please? Smutty Baba Yaga. Let's see your shout out skills. I've yet to find a place that sells it how I want it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, currywurst is so, like, different. You get, like, different types from different places and stuff. I liked it all from every place that I got it from when I went to, you know, when I went to Berlin. Want some vegan bratwurst with sauerkraut and spicy brown mustard. Oh, that'd be so fucking nice. Oh, yeah, that'd be fucking peng. What else was I going to say? What else has happened today? I disposed of our friend the pumpkin very responsibly. I took it to the community garden and put it in the compost pile. Felt very good about that. The lady was confused, though. I don't think it's something that happens regularly. There certainly weren't loads of pumpkins there. So that was unfortunate. But chucked it in the compost pile, and that's all good. He's living now in the afterlife. Hey, Cat entirely made of urine. It's great to see you in my chat again, by the way. I guess there's a pretty broad range between curry best and curry worst. Well, curry best isn't a food, so I don't know what you're on about there. Don't know what you're referencing there. Don't know what you're on about. So, yeah, I knew you'd like that, Zakap. I knew you'd like that. That's fucking right. He will return to the earth. R.I.P. Pumpkins. Oh, that's okay. That's a cute way of saying pumpkin. I'm gonna start calling my pumpkins pumpkins from now on, which is like for a week every year, isn't it? That's all it'll be. It'll just be for 1 week every year. Chat, what am I doing today? I'll tell you what we're doing today. We are finishing the rest of the What is a Groomer video by Kalen Conrad and Little Hoot. It's really good. It's really thorough. I'm really impressed with it so far. We're going to be finishing that off in a bit. And I've got something lined up for you tomorrow that we might start tonight. I don't know. We might start tonight. But basically, when I had my ADHD sort of checkup, unfortunately, I didn't get like a diagnosis on that day. I know that everybody was like, oh my God, I hope you get what you want. I didn't get what I want. I was told that I'm still on the fucking waiting list and that if I wanted to have a referral to a private company, the likelihood was that it was going to be as long as, if not longer, than the NHS waiting list that I'm currently on. I phoned up the private company that I was asking to be referred to, and that was indeed the case. So, unfortunately, I didn't get a diagnosis. I didn't get anything like that. But what the very, very, very helpful psych lady did give me was a lot of NHS-approved resources for ADHD. So I thought, with our community being very ADHD, why don't we actually just get all of that? That sucks, dude. It does suck, but at the end of the day, I've got all these different resources here. I've got like 7 tabs of different ADHD resources with loads of interesting stuff on. One with like several videos. You know, it's all literally like You know? It's all literally like approved by the NHS, psychiatric stuff. So we'll go through that. Haven't heard shit all from your ADHD referral yet. Yeah, you can call in and you can get like an appointment with someone who can give you the details to like check up on where you're up to, where they're up to in the waiting list kind of thing. This is why I haven't fucking gone to the NHS for any of my issues. I know I sound like a doctor from the NHS as well, but I would highly recommend just going to the NHS anyway. Because if you're not on the waiting list, all this time that you've been not on the waiting list, you could have been on the waiting list. And I know that sounds stupid, but well, I'm not going to recommend it to you because I know what it's like. You've already got it as a task, and I don't want to push that task to the bottom of your task doing pile. I know how that is and shit like that, but that is the case, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That is, you know. Yeah, if you're on the waiting list for gender services, that's good, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, maybe it's worth getting referred to a private company for that. Yo, who wants to ban that? Somebody ban that. One of the mods, get it done. Let's see who does it. Hey, Shafiq all over it. Yeah, get fucked. Wait, what? Wait, 2 of them? Oh my goodness. Shafiq with the quick fire mod finger right there. Itchy trigger finger mod. Look at that. Yeah, I wonder if you can actually like get referred to a private company for gender services. Like maybe you could get referred to Gendered GP or like Gendered Intelligence or something like that. I don't know much about like trans healthcare, but you're going through gender care primarily. Oh, okay, right. Sure. I'm with you. So that is already a referral to a private company anyway, so fair enough. You're way ahead of me there. You're having mad video delays, I think. I'll be back. Check out the see if we normally have we got quality? Yeah, we've got quality controls. Fraser, why have you said that? Why have you said that? That's pretty much how it goes with my autism referral right now. I got that from my ADHD specialist. Got to wait at least 9 months for a first appointment. Fucking hell, that fucking sucks, honestly. Feeling trolley. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, look, like, there's one thing, like, sort of, like, making jokes about, like, fucking, you know, the fact that I'm bald. Like, you know, if you're in here all the time, you're, like, a proper regular and shit like that. Like, that's fine. But, like, it feels like you've said that just because you've seen my rules that you shouldn't say that. And you know me already, and that's kind of more annoying. Do you know what I mean? That's more annoying. Yeah, if we didn't know you, that would be a straight up fucking ban, man. Like, come on. But, hello, Fraser. Let's try again, shall we? Let's start again. Hello, Fraser. How's it going? I used the right to choose my NHS autism ADHD referral. Psychiatry UK's waitlist is super short. Maybe I should try out Psychiatry UK instead then. I don't know. Maybe I should try that out. They actually told me about that when I phoned them up. I don't know why I didn't fucking listen. Stupid. Anyway, never mind. What else was I going to say? Is it better to not get diagnosed for autism? Because I hear it gets lots of problems with hiring and stuff. I mean, why would it? You don't get like you're not stupid. I am stupid. I've literally got a learning disability. I literally am. You can't fool me. Listen, like, you know, when you get diagnosed with autism, you don't get like a badge. Or I hope you don't. I don't think they put like a badge on your fucking thing that says like autism in it. You know what I mean? I should finally, after 2.5 years, get my diagnosis as to whether I have ADHD or not this week, and I have so much anxiety that I don't know what to do with myself. I hope you're doing okay. Oh, Frezzo. Let's get some love in the chat for Frezzo, everybody. I think that they were just having a bit of a fucking, you know. It sounds like they're having a shit day. Let's get some love in the chat. Listen, I forgive you for before, Frezzo. It's cool. Also, hi, Porcelain. How's it going? Welcome in. I understand how much anxiety that you're having around that. It really does fucking suck. Like, I'm the same. It's like, what if I don't get diagnosed with the thing that I know I have? And then it's like I'm wrong and I've got to start all over again and shit like that. I don't know. I don't know what to do in that regard, but you know, yeah, sending you lots of love and good vibes, my friend, because it fucking sucks, yeah? You know someone who had a concerning experience with Psychiatry UK? Yeah, what happened? If you don't mind me asking, like, if there's something you can talk about. You got so lucky with your diagnosis, you had to write a script beforehand. I think that really helps, having been through the psychiatry system and, like, having literally suffered from systemic structural sanism like my entire fucking life ever since I was a teenager. What I would say that is very helpful and important is exactly what Birdie said. Write down fucking everything that you want addressed and do not leave that room or that appointment until everything has been addressed. And that's it. Because that's the only time I ever got like a decent diagnosis. And I still don't know if my anxiety actually doesn't just come from like my ADHD anyway, right? Because I have OCD, which has been spurred on by anxiety, right? And my anxiety is mostly because it's like, shit, did I do this? Did I do that? Because I've got fucking ADHD and I don't remember anything, right? Like literally don't remember anything ever. And so I'm like, did I turn off the oven? So then I spend half an hour turning the oven on and off. And it's like, oh, okay, is that actually like fucking, you know? Is it actually anxiety? But anyway, the guy diagnosed me with anxiety and OCD, so it's like, well, at least I know I have that. Where it comes from is another matter, right? Yeah, you get a stamp on the forehead when you get diagnosed. That's what it is, yeah. The NHS isn't contractually obligated to inform your employees if you're diagnosed. Almost the lease is from the States. $10 doctors later, yeah, it fucking sucks, honestly. Companies like Goldman Sachs actively love Asperger's employees because they know weak central conference makes them better at the job. What the fuck are you on about? Cat made entirely of urine. That is like one of the most sus fucking chat messages I've ever read. For a start, it's not called Asperger's anymore. No one calls it Asperger's anymore. No one in the medical profession says that. Asperger was a fucking Nazi doctor. So don't call it that. And what are you on about? Weak central coherence. Like people with autism don't have like a... What the fuck is that chat message at all? I have Asperger's. It's what I was diagnosed with. It doesn't mean that it's still okay to say it in this community though. Right? Like, you don't get to, like, be ableist just because you have autism. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, like... You know? Hey, what's going on, Pupacore? How are you doing? You can buy modafinil. I've heard of modafinil! I've literally heard of modafinil. Yeah. And I do want to get it. I do want to get some. Mod Vigil 200 from Sketchy Online Pharmacies. Help me for 6 months. Yeah, I'm down. Fully down. Good to see you, Pupacore. Hope you're doing all right. I have a speech so well memorized. Every time I get to a new psychiatrist, they tell me I articulate very well how my anxiety affects me. Yeah, it's really annoying, isn't it? Yeah, really annoying. It's like you have to just be prepared to actually like give them something that you previously prepared. So annoying. Some folk are recommending against going for a diagnosis of autism because some folk do not resuscitate on their notes during COVID. Oh, that's right. That was the whole thing about that. Hey, King, how's it going? Walk out of the house, ADHD and OCD, which go hand in hand, are like, hey, did you lock the door? Did you turn the oven off? Hey, did you leave the windows unlocked? You better go check. By the way, you'll miss your bus if you go back and check. Also, your house will get broken and all your shit will be scattered everywhere. Yeah. Also, don't forget to pat down your pockets for your belongings 20 times. Holy shit, King. That is like... When I was at my worst, when I had like no coping mechanisms, when I had no healthy coping mechanisms, right? That was me every day. I fucking hate that shit so much. It like you saying that like just triggered me. Like literally I like started sweating. Not good. Not good. Magic mushrooms are amazing, y'all. Yes, if it's legal to possess them in your country or state. Of course, the law is the arbiter of all morality, and I cannot advise breaking the law because it will get me banned on Twitch. So I won't do that. If you want a hand getting modafinil, let me know. My partner takes it for his ADHD. I don't think you need a hand. You can legally get it, I think. Like, I've been told that you can legally get it off the internet. Just Google it. I was literally advised to Google it, bro. Honestly, I recommend I was taking like a quarter pill a day until I got my actual NHS prescription, which was better. Right, I absolutely just need to fucking do this. Because today, it's ridiculous. Like, over the last 2 weeks, I've been so busy doing loads and loads of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, fucking brilliant. Like, I'm doing really well and everything's great. And I'm like waking up at normal, quote unquote, normal times, etc. This week, just woke up today and my brain was like, you're not doing shit today, bro. Nothing is getting done today, bro. And I had to really like be very gentle with myself until I like eased myself out of bed. And then I sat on the couch for a bit. I was on TikTok for a bit. I was like, and then I was like, yeah, okay, getting hungry, make some food. All right. And then I got like, and then I went to the toilet and I was like, wait, you stood up and you're in the bathroom. You should brush your teeth. And I was like, sweet. So I did that and then I had a shave and then I had a shower and then I was like, right, feel good to go out. So I went out, dropped off the fucking pumpkin, got a big chicken from Asda, and what else? And then I've been all right. I went to the gym and that's fine. I can handle that stuff, you know? Modafinil didn't do much for you? Uh-huh. Finding the right med for ADHD is a slog. Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, it's not anyone's place to give medical advice online. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. Apparently autistic folks are not allowed to... Wait, what? Move to Australia? What the fuck? Hey, Beanie Gaby, how's it going? 1,000 pocket pats and still forgetting something. Yeah, it's so bad, honestly. Kind of here, kind of not, mostly not. That's okay, King. Thank you so much for supporting either way. Yo, if you know my real name, please do not use that in chat. Please do not do that. My name is djmuel. If you know my real name, which is Donald Muel, do not, that's a joke. You can use Donald Muel in the chat. But if you actually know my real life name and you know me in real life, please do not say that anywhere around any of my content on here, please. You should never do anything illegal. Yeah, the law is the arbiter of all morality. Yeah. Dr. Donald Muel. Actually, it's Dr. Donald Dr. Muel to you, Lyra. Just you specifically. Spores are legal. That's right. Yes, spores are legal. That's correct. Cyberquaker, hello. How you doing? It's called autism spectrum disorder. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Didn't know that Asperger's had problematic connotations, just what the therapist told me what you had. That's cool, cat made entirely of urine. That's fucking cool, and I appreciate that you've taken ownership of that and you've apologized. No danger. We're all here to learn, innit? You know what I mean? But if your therapists are saying that you've got Asperger's, I would recommend getting new therapists because they're not up to date. I love that you could go into public forests and pick almost anything and take it home and do pretty much whatever you want with it. Except for one mushroom species. Yeah, that's right. Couple mushroom species. Yeah, you're just not allowed to do those ones. Like, you can even... You know what you can even do? You can even pick mushrooms that if you eat them, you will literally die of liver failure. You can pick those and bring them home. You can even give them to people. You can hand them to people in the street. But you can't do that with mushrooms that make you feel funny. Isn't that odd? Isn't that odd? Gallerina, Death Cap, no problem. Just pick that shit up, put it in your pocket. It's all good. Right? However, psilocybe semelansata or any other psilocybin mushroom, not allowed. It's not allowed. Mental. What is going on with chat? It's like snapping the fuck out of everywhere. Kick the shower, OCD because I'm already burned out, finding it hard to focus on the very important things I need to sort out. King, as I said, if you want to chat at any point, like even in the day, if you want to just like give me a ring or something like that, I'm here for you, mate. Pop something in the memes channel because of the ADHD talk. Okay, appreciate that. I love how chat just like exploded as soon as we did ADHD chat. Yeah, psilocybe cubensis, not allowed. Not allowed. Those ones are not allowed. Your brain stroked a little and confused modafinil with racetams. I still have to try modafinil. Oh, okay, well that's good. That's good news. I don't know what racetams are. Never heard of those. But the person who recommended modafinil to me said, I love the 6 hours unbroken concentration it gives me. And that is something that I have desired for my entire life. I'm not able to concentrate for 6 seconds, let alone 6 hours. Imagine that. If they're giving out a diagnosis, their treatment might be too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Zach, yeah, listen, you want to post in the chat, you gotta let us know, bro. Otherwise, the mod is just like straight out. Just gonna fucking ban you. What is this? The magic mushrooms of Ballingup. Bro, you can't just drop like a 48-minute documentary in the chat. I'm never gonna watch that. I'm literally never gonna watch that. 48 minutes. I mean, maybe. Well, I'm getting interested now. Okay, yeah, I will. No, I probably will. Not today, obviously. Oh, actually, this is right up my fucking street. Okay, sorry, yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong, you're right. I was wrong, you're right.
To this one spot. The other suggestion is that people actually brought them here deliberately to start some sort of industry in hallucinogenic mushrooms. But one would have thought that they might have chosen the gold tops, a better...
Like this guy, this is who I aspire to be. You know when people post those pictures online, it's like how I'm trying to be? It's this guy. For me, this is how I'm trying to be. This is a weird guy in a wood. We could watch this later, probably, actually. Right, porcelain. 6 hours unbroken concentration is 100% accurate description of modafinil. I need that shit in my life so much. I need to take that shit in the morning and then work on my fucking berserk script. That's what I need to do. I'm going to Google modafinil right now, actually. Is this legal to do on Twitch? I don't know. Modafinil buy. That's what I need to Google. From 75p? Fuck off. 75p? 200 meg? 200... Oh, 44 pounds. Are you taking the bit? It's 44 fucking pounds. It's one of the most widely used treatments for narcolepsy. Well, you know, maybe I won't need 200 meg. Maybe I'll need like 100 just to start with, you know? You never know, do you? It looks like this is completely fucking legal because it's just a website called UK Meds, and it's just like, yes, you can buy this from us. Like literally, look, it just looks. Hold up, it just looks like this. Order by 4 p.m. for next day delivery. This is a pretty good website, apart from it's out of stock. You know? So there you go. It's only 24 minutes at 2 times speed. I'm never going to listen to this guy at double speed. Why would I do that? Why would I do that to him? Hey, Icky Trunks, what's going on? 45 minutes stun lock, yeah. I'm Googling it to find out if it's legal. Yeah, I did that first. You only need a quarter of a pill? What is it with people coming in talking about my beard today? Your beard is fuzzy. Yes, I know. It's on my fucking face. What do you think? Like I don't know that? You think I don't know that? Your beard is fuzzy. Yes. Yes, it is. Do you know what else it is? It's hairy. It's big. It's long. Food gets stuck in it. Like, you know, it's a pain in the ass to maintain. Like, what more do you want? What do you want? Beard is beard. What about it? 100% legal to import. It's weird. I don't know if it's weird. I think it's entirely possible that it's a part of the... There's no beard stun lock. That's not happening. It is happening. It is happening. I don't know if you know this, but your beard is definitely there. Hello, Enderpig. How are you doing today? Which is a normal thing to say to someone. Yeah, there's loads of online pharmacies. Yeah, there's loads. There's loads. Berserk. Wait, what is this? Berserk script. It's well good in it. Done. Yeah. Yeah, no, it would have to be more than that, I'm afraid. For what I'm doing. I guess I'll try and remember to keep it in mind whenever we go past getting diagnosed and start talking what to do about it. Yes, absolutely. You know, it's like on Red Planet, we talk about these things like, you know, DIY HRT, for example, which is something you should never do if it's illegal in your place of living, right? Obviously. But despite that, it's just going to be more and more trans people are going to just start doing DIY HRT, because if they keep gatekeeping medicine, then, you know, life finds a way kind of thing, right? So, same goes with like modafinil and shit like that, you know? There's that, isn't there? I wonder what it looked like if you green screened your face so that we just saw your beard floating around talking. I'm not greening up. That's never happened. I clowned up the other day. I clowned up on fucking Red Planet, and that was enough, to be honest. That was more than enough. in terms of like putting stuff on my face. Extremely uncomfortable. Don't like it. Horrible. So yeah, but that didn't green screen me. No Grinch mode. No, Grinch mode is not happening. John the Clown should become a regular bit. That you're doing great work to make it never, ever, ever happen again. Because this is something I'd already decided is probably not going to happen again. And then more people telling me to do that, as we all know, recommending things to me, thanks for the follow, means that they simply go to the very, very bottom of my task pile, and they never get done. So there you go. That's the end of that, isn't it? It's never happening now. Well done, Kiri. Everyone's got Kiri to thank for that. Claps for Kiri in the chat. Well done. Yep. Task avoidance. Pamphleteer said something interesting about it the other day when she was in my chat, and I can't remember what it was. About, like, something authority. Task avoidance in regard to... I can't remember. Oh my god, Cyberquaker. Yeah, I know. I see that all the time. I see that all the time. Like, yeah, Chuds, whose, like, entire personality is that they have, like, a beard and glasses. They're called, like, Mr. Beard and Glasses. And their logo is just, like, glasses and a beard. And it's like, Aah! Like, I fucking hate that, man. I hate that so much. Like, why is that your... Like, imagine if that was something that people who didn't wear glasses and had beard and didn't have beards said. Imagine. Is that what it is? Oppositional defiance disorder. Yeah. Yeah, well, those words in that order make a lot of sense to me. Every barber is the same bearded man in profile silhouette. Yeah, right. Yeah, Keemstar. Yeah, like Keemstar. That's right. See a moving company down here who's all the time, whose logo is just 2 beards and 1 pair of glasses. Like, what happens if someone's not got a beard and glasses? Is it just nothing? Like, that's the logo. It's just nothing. It's just so basic, isn't it? It's the most basic fucking shit ever. I kind of hate having a beard as well. I don't know if anybody knows this. Kind of hate having one. Like, even though it, like, looks a lot better on me than not having a beard, and it's better for my partner because it means that when we make out, I'm not, like, giving her a rash on her face and stuff. Like, all these, like, benefits to having a beard, you know? Like, it rounds out my face, like, and all that kind of stuff. Like... you know, I hate it. Like, I genuinely hate it because it's like every single basic bitch dude has a beard. And then they make that their entire personality. And do you know what's even worse? Chat, you're going to hate this. If you're like me, you're going to hate this. Check this. Right? So my friend Olivia... Alright, King, no worries, mate. You go and get that scran, have that mental detox. Yeah, you look after yourself, bro. Right, so listen, my friend Olivia left, like, this hat at my house, right? Yeah? And look what happens when I do this. Now I look like a fucking massive cunt. Eskia SC2 says, if you do anything to your beard, as in maintaining and shaping it, that's called grooming. So let me get this straight, Eskia SC2. You're coming into a queer man's chat and saying that if, like, you're making a joke about grooming. Let me just get that straight. And you have come over from Neutral AI's stream, Jolene, who is a trans woman, and I don't think that she would appreciate that. That would be something that I would be telling her as well. Well, there you go. Jojo Nora's actually in the chat. Eskia SC2 is apparently someone who came over from your stream with a raid once. By the way, everybody should go follow Jojo Nora. She's great. Old name Neutral AI. No, nothing. You're just gonna pussy out, bro? Is that what's going on? You're just pussying out? You can't follow up on what you were saying? Like, what exactly is, like, funny about that? Okay, I've given you enough time. Get fucked. Oh, yeah. Question mark. Yeah, question mark. Get fucked, dude. Fuck you. Quite like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, bro. Get fucked, man. Fucking pussyhole. Imagine coming in, like, trying to think you're a fucking big man and funny like that, yeah? And you get questioned, you get called out on it, and you're just like, what? Fucking knob house. Absolute fucking knob house. Anyway, I was distracted by that with everybody else talking about my new hat. Where was I? What was going on? It makes you look less baby. It does. My beard, yeah. Hipster Mule, yeah, that's right. Oh no. People in the chat being like, oh no. More of a French dock worker. Well, you see, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the fucking problem, right? That's the actual problem. Ickin Trunks, is that hipsters in the UK have stolen this style from French dock workers and they've made it embarrassing and shit, haven't they? Also, we got some new people in the chat. Callum Cork says, I quite like it. Well, that's up to you. I'm not going to shit on you for that. It's up to you. Whatever you want. Doodle Stargazer says, as a past 50 white cishet man, I'm further cursed by having a greying beard. Chuds just assume I'm one of them. Well, you know, that's funny, though, because then you can sort of, like, infiltrate a little bit, can't you? And then every now and then when someone says something like, oh, yeah, and Donald Trump, they stole loads of votes, didn't they? You could just be like, no, they didn't. And then they'll be like, what? So that's also extra funny. That kind of happens to me a little bit sometimes. People just assume I'm just like a standard cishet white guy, you know? Whereas I'm not heterosexual, and I'm not a standard cis white guy, you know? Lumberjack vibes. I kind of like it, but beanies give me the flashbacks of Tim Pool. Tim Pool would never show his ears. Tim Pool would never show his ears. Are you kidding me? That would never happen.
Hello, my old chum.
Thanks for the follow. Oh, baguette. That's right, Middle-earth Marxist. Welcome to the stream. Nothing wrong with a good hat. That's true. I agree. Stood in line to vote and listen to all sorts of crap. Oh, dude. Yeah, that fucking sucks, honestly. I'm getting lots of follows with this hat. Maybe I should keep it on.
Hello, my old chum.
It's happening. It's happening. I'm getting loads of follows because I'm wearing this hat. I guess, yeah. All right, yeah. Let's keep the hat, I guess. Oh, one of them's a troll. That's fun, isn't it? Get the fuck out of here. XQC, here we come. Yeah, that's right. You know. Goblin Hugger, how you doing? Real talk, the hat does suit you. Does the little follow dude have the same hat? No, because it's red, isn't it? Hey Liz, how's it going? Welcome in. Can I get a shout out for Goblin Hugger, please? Chloe. Elon Musk, more like Elon Merks. That's fucking right, Chloe. FaZe coming in with the absolute burns. Maybe I should wear a beanie today. You should. Beanies are a great hat. Tim Pool has ruined beanies. Did I say hello to Husker Du? Hello, Husker Du. By the way, hello. You can shit on me for not hating, and that's fine. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to you. Zots, what's going on? Hello. Can I also get a shout out for Only Zots as well, please? Only Zots is a great streamer. Please go follow. I voted so goddamn hard. I can feel the fascism decreasing. You're living so hard. Yeah, good shit. Is it victim blaming if I say I was to say Twitter workers should have been unionized? No. No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't like framing it as victim blaming, because victim blaming normally goes with like abuse, sexual harassment, stuff like that. I would probably say it's being a bit of a cunt. But, you know, you're right. You are right, though. Like, unionizing would stop this stuff, wouldn't it? It would actually just stop this stuff from happening. Elon Musk more like, I hope Twitter bankrupts that asshat. Yeah, that would be funny, wouldn't it? That would actually be extremely fucking funny. Right, chat, listen, we're going to get on with... Wait, where's my tunes? Where are they? Oh, here we go. Chat, we're going to get on with... the main bit of the stream today. We're going to crack on. Listen, we've got a very heavy topic. Some of you might not want to be here for it, and that's absolutely fine. We're watching Kaylin Conrad and Little Hoot's video, What is a Groomer? We got halfway through this yesterday. It's very good. There are some very good comparisons that they make. Please go and show Kaylin Conrad some love. Their link is in the chat right now. Please give them a sub, give them a like, a comment. Watch the video in a muted tab alongside the stream. You know, that's how we support our wonderful leftist content creative friends. So make sure you get on and do that. Callum Cork says, just because they weren't unionized doesn't mean they don't deserve labor protections. I don't think anybody was saying that they don't. I don't think anybody was saying that they don't deserve labor protections despite not being unionized. But yeah, I understand why you might have read that like that. But yeah, I don't think anyone was saying that. Okay, so we're going to crack on with this. So keep in mind the content warnings are there on the screen. Homophobia, transphobia, abuse, grooming, suicide, hate crimes, and terrorism. It's a heavy one. I completely understand if you can't make it today. Join me tomorrow. Where we're sort of like checking out some more lighthearted stuff. We're actually doing an ADHD focused stream. I know that sounds contradictory. ADHD and focus there. Ha ha ha. Yes, you're very clever. But we are going to be doing an ADHD focus stream tomorrow. And that will be then. So you can come and watch that instead if this is too heavy for you. But let's continue with this.
Publicity by response.
So at this point in the video, we're like talking about Little Hoot has been talking about Anita Bryant, who was one of the anti-gay activists back in the day. And yeah, that's it. That's what we're looking at. It's that bit. Oh my God, Sophie from Mars is in the chat. Look at all these awesome streamers in my chat. What the fuck is going on? Why? I don't understand. Please go and follow Sophie from Mars. Smutty Baba Yaga knows exactly what to do. You're enjoying that, aren't you? You're enjoying shouting out people now, aren't you? And Chloe's on it as well. Look at that. Go follow my beautiful comrade, Sophie. Actually, you've just reminded me that I need to do something, and I'm going to try and do it just while I'm on this screen really quickly. You're actually a voice in this vid. Whoa, same. Isn't that crazy? What the fuck? Me and you? It's almost like Kaylin Conrad got in touch with everyone who's fucking based to do a voice in this video. In fact, just before I do this thing, let me just show you a list of all the like the based people doing voices in this video. So we got Aronok, we got David J. Bradley. I don't know Felixer of Life, but we know Fantastic Mr. Fox. We know Jesse Gender. We know John the Duncan, Katie Montgomery, Lily Simpson, Mainly Mandy, Marina Dove. I don't know Michael Andrews, but we know our boy Noah Samson. We know Odnon. We know Ponderful. We know Salary. We know Sarah from the Leftist Cooks. We know Sophie from Mars, That Dang Dad. I don't know the Wormshole or Verily Bitchy, but we also know Zoe B. Literally all the absolute fucking babes in this video. I love it so much. So there you go. Anyway, let me just do something real quick because Sophie has reminded me with her presence that I've not done a thing. Let me see if I can do this live. Oh my goodness, it's a good job you can't see this. All my personal information is here. Verily Bitchy is great. I'll have to check out Verily Bitchy for sure. What is going on here? This is so ridiculous. I wonder if Sophie could guess what I'm actually doing. You don't have to say it in the chat, obviously, because that might be an odd thing to just put in the chat. Okay, I don't really know what the fuck is going on here. Okay, I'm gonna DM you about this because I really don't understand what the fuck is going on with this shit, Sophie. But it's to do with an email that I got sent today from a company that is involved in something that we're doing. But yeah, anyway. Never mind. Remind me about it. Remind me about it later. Alright. Let's check out this fucking video, chat. It's happening. It's happening now. We're playing it now. That's what's going on. Boom.
To Bryant is Bob Kunst, a 35-year-old who became active in national issues while still in high school. Those issues included civil rights for blacks, the anti-Vietnam War movement, and saving the environment. Presently, Kunst is programmed...
Oh, Verily Bitchy is the person that did the... It's like a video about bisexuality on TV with the Tila Tequila thing. Is that right?
Director of the Transperience Center in Coconut Grove, one of 3 bisexual centers in the United States.
Bisexual everywhere! Oh shit, I'm definitely gonna have to check out Verily Bitchy.
Anita Bryant was once known as an orange juice saleswoman. Not anymore. With a religious fervor that has made her America's most controversial woman overnight, she has been selling her Save Our Children group. Her group is crusading to repeal a new Dade County law which protects homosexuals in jobs and housing. Anita Bryant began her fight at her church, where the congregation believes the new law will force them to hire homosexual teachers.
Chat, I'm going to have to bring this up again, unfortunately, because this is something that is unfortunate. I guess the stream is growing and people just don't know that this is like an absolute definitely don't do this, not just in my stream, but anyone else's stream. Because Twitch looks for any fucking excuse to ban leftist content creators. Even if you joke about committing violence or breaking the law in my chat, I will ban you. I will ban you because you're putting my livelihood at risk. And if you're doing it in other people's chats, you're putting their livelihood at risk. Don't do it. And that's it. Okay? Don't worry, Porcelain Giant, I'm not focusing on you at the minute. I'm just saying to everybody, because this has been a thing that I've had to talk about a couple of times over the last few weeks. Do not do it. Right? I don't care, like, if you think that, like, you're going to punch a Nazi or anything like that, or, like 90% of you say that as well, by the way, would never fucking do it. And I know that. You know, there's a thing called people being all talk as well. That's one of the most annoying things about it as well. People are always like, oh, I'll fuck up a Nazi. And it's like, no, you wouldn't, though. No, you actually wouldn't. Like, I just don't think you would. If you're saying that in a Twitch chat, I just don't think that you would. But anyway, that's a whole other thing entirely. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to get people banned. So, that's that.
Supporters of the gay rights law say it's a question of human rights for everyone. They have been handing out free shopping bags on Miami Beach, where they've been telling Jewish voters that Anita Bryant is dangerous.
If you allow just one human being to be allowed to have his rights taken away from him as a human being, then, pal, you don't have any right when they come to take away your rights. Because if you say screw you to them, they say screw you to you, and 6 million more Jews wind up in the toilets, and I'm not going to wind up with them.
As the campaign over the repeal of Ordinance 77-4 heated up, cities around the country and the world began paying attention, with politicians on both sides of the issue gearing up to replicate versions of the fight in their home cities.
The whole country is looking at Dade County now to see whether the people of Dade County are going to repeal human rights. I can assure you that everyone's attention is focused on this county at this time.
The human rights referendum on June 7th is a major news story nationwide. It's difficult to pick up a national magazine without reading something about Dade's upcoming election and gay rights. Even the television networks have something to say.
The battle over homosexual rights in Dade County, Florida, a battle pitting singer Anita Bryant against gay rights activists, comes to a vote there Tuesday. The issue is whether
more like Anita Bryant, yeah, that's right,
which prohibits job and housing discrimination against homosexuals.
You know, and let's talk again about how in Florida, yet again, don't say gay was one of the biggest issues, like, of this year and the last year. Like, the whole, like, this is exactly the same shit. It's like Section 28 and this shit again. Hey, Dave, what's going on? Can I get a shout out for Dave, please?
In the end, Save Our Children were successful in their campaign to repeal.
Oh, can I get a shout out for Lyra as well, please? Smutty Babby Aggie, you do that.
The people of Dade County, the normal majority.
Wait, what just happened? Is that a real thing that happened on television? Is that a real thing that happened on television?
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas.
This is what heterosexuals do, fellas. We put women in compromising situations live on television.
The people of Dade County.
Is that even her husband?
The normal majority have said enough, enough, enough. For almost 5 months, our community has been subjected to the discussion of a highly emotional issue. This distasteful atmosphere was created by the insensitive and unnecessary action of a bare majority of the Metro Dade County Commission, 2 women and 3 men, who caved in to the demands of a highly vocal radical group. Hopefully, the Metro 5 have learned their lesson.
However, it's often said that Anita Bryant won the battle, but not the war, as her vicious campaign against the gay community mobilized LGBTQ+ people and allies throughout the country, causing them to see themselves as a significant voting bloc for the very first time. To quote Julio Capo Jr., author of Welcome to Fairyland, Queer Miami Before 1940,
it was transformative. It got people to see themselves as a voting bloc. It got them to see that their very existence and their rights were very much under attack in a different way than we had seen in the decade prior.
That was an impressive showing for gay activists. They celebrated last night with a spirit usually reserved for winners because they believe they won recognition. One gay activist said it would not stop here.
Yeah. This is why, I was literally just thinking that, Chloe. I was literally just thinking about how many people love, like, retro wave, and they're all like, oh, yeah, so nostalgic for the 80s. Yeah, it was so good. And it's like, no, it's not. If you're anything other than, like, a cis-het white guy, no, it wasn't good.
One very massive effort to do 2 things. First of all, guarantee human rights for everybody based on affectional and sexual preference everywhere in the nation, all through Congress. It's all happening.
More like the straighties.
Really, thank you. We couldn't have done it without you.
Anita Bryant now lives in Oklahoma, where she runs Anita Bryant Ministries International.
No. Who was talking about Oklahoma before? It was Doodle... new person, Doodle or something? The person that was talking about the beard?
Sarah Green told Slate that she came out to her grandmother as bisexual on her 21st birthday.
Oh!
Bryant allegedly responded by saying that homosexuality isn't real. After Anita Bryant won the battle...
Hold up a second. In 2021, Anita Bryant's granddaughter, Sarah Green, told Slate that she came out
to her grandmother as bisexual.
So, coming out to someone as bisexual, right? The word there is bisexual, right? Bisexual, and...
On her 21st birthday. Bryant allegedly responded by saying that homosexuality isn't real.
So that's not even relevant, is it? Because she didn't say I'm homosexual. She said I'm bisexual, which is not the same. So she doesn't even know what she's talking about.
After Anita Bryant won the Battle of Dade County Ordinance 77-4, but ultimately lost the war on queer civil rights, her...
No, I'm just trying to be lighthearted about it, Birdie. I know she doesn't care. I'm just trying to take the piss. Just trying to take the piss. Hey, Mr. Dank, what's going on? Enderpig is obviously joking. Risk inverse, yeah.
Star dimmed.
Referring to what Anita Bryant said.
As the spokeswoman for Florida Orange Juice, a predictable outcome as mimosa sales.
Hey, Echo Baz, I'm going good. How are you?
Are a primary economic driver of the industry, and as queer people gained more mainstream acceptance, the public at large began to recognize Anita Bryant for the zealous bigot that she is. But as we saw in our episode about the Satanic Panic, the core elements of moral panics can be sticky and insidious.
Hey, Shafiq, how's it going?
The ideas behind them survive and revive because they're still tucked away somewhere in the public subconscious.
Wait, did she get pied? Did I miss it? See, like, literally, you know I missed that. You know when I missed that? I missed that when Risk Inverse said, sometimes when I type, I can't listen. Sometimes when I read chat, I can't watch the video. It's the same thing, isn't it?
She began to recognize Anita Bryant for the zealous bigot that she is.
Boom!
But as we saw in our episode about the Satanic Panic,
you stupid fucko.
Panics can be sticky and insidious.
That's terrible, chat. I can't believe someone would break the law like that. What a horrible thing to do. We should watch it again just to make sure that we say to people who are watching the stream that this is something that people should never, ever, ever do.
Mainstream acceptance. The public at large began to recognize Anita Bryant for the zealous bigot that she is. But as we saw in our episode about the Satanic...
Terrible. Don't ever do that. Awful. What a terrible thing to do.
Panic. The core elements of moral panics can be sticky and insidious. The fundamental ideas behind them survive and revive because they're still tucked away somewhere in the public subconscious. Let's return to this quote of Anita Bryant's.
In our campaign, we talk about the danger of the homosexual becoming a role model to our children. And I'm not talking necessarily of child in the physical.
What do you mean, Porcelain?
I'm talking about the psych.
Listen, it's fine to laugh at something that happened in the past, right? Let me explain to you. The reason why I have that rule in the chat is because threatening violence, even as a joke. Oh, right, you know that. Right, okay. So that's fine. Okay. All right, no worries. I don't need to explain it. Okay. Not going to insult your intelligence by explaining it. That makes me want to vote for fascist. Look what you made me do, Muel. That's right. Hey, Cornbread, how's it going? I know. I saw that someone threw a beer at Ted Cruz. Yeah, I saw that. And it was full as well. That could have actually brained him. That was crazy. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that this morning, I think, on TikTok. Oh, you were being sarcastic. Okay, yeah. Tone indicators are good. Tone indicators, if you're being sarcastic, you can also use the Kappa emote. That's fine, you know.
Logical, which is even more detrimental and would have far-reaching effects.
I do remember the milkshake times, yeah.
Bryant and other homophobes of the 70s.
Did you see someone else got pied recently? Where, hang on. Hang on, I can't find this. There was a bunch of TERFs in Portland. And when I say bunch, I mean 3. Could we make a command to give a little reminder about tone indicators? Yes! Nearly choked. Chloe, I have stream elements now, so you can do that thing that Frazo knows how to do it. Maybe you know how to do it as well. You can do in Kira's stream. You know what I mean? It's like edit or something, I don't know. Right? Here we go. Now, none of you are allowed to laugh. Right? None of you are allowed to laugh at this.
A large rally. Not just a couple of women. There were women from all over the world coming here today. You guess why there is no rally today? Because of credible death threats against the main speaker's life. And activists are coming right now. Coming right
now. We just got attacked. We just got attacked by Antifa. Carmen wants to sing her song, and I'm going to just give her the floor. Oh my God.
Your violence so gratuitous. What's violence? People of the uterus. This is what.
Imagine like getting pied in the face like an actual clown, and then sitting there and trying to be like super serious.
You do to us, your violence so gratuitous.
Like, that's why it's so funny, right? That's why it's so funny, because it's like if you get clowned on, if you literally get pied in the face, and then you're there going like, this is how bad Antifa are, look at them, they're doing all this, these trans rights activists. Like, you just look like more of a clown. Like, you're clowning on yourself more by not just like walking away and wiping up your face and having a watch and shit. Do you know what I mean? To describe being hit in the face by a pie as being attacked is just hilarious to me. Yeah, it's like when you see like people having like a disagreement in town and one of them like points at the other one like a little bit too close to them and they go, "You just assaulted me! You just assaulted me, bro! What the fuck?" It's like that shit, isn't it? It's like that shit. Hey Rio Bot, what's going on? Welcome in, and hello Emmy. Who else do we got? Some other people just came in. Comrade Clever Name, how's it going? Good to see you. What would make it extra funny is if seagulls started chasing them. Yeah, that would be funny.
These were successful in associating queerness with pedophilia simply by repeatedly comparing and conflating the two. It was essentially very good marketing.
Listen, we did a whole stream on Red Planet on Sunday with some people who were literally anti-fascist clowns. So, you know.
In the same way, fast food companies have managed to convince the public to subconsciously associate the colors red and yellow with food, Bryant convinced them to associate queerness with sexual deviance and child abuse, like a Pavlovian response. You might not have noticed it, but your brain did. And this subconscious association of queerness with pedophilia has made the public less skeptical of accusations of abuse levied at queer people. In 1994, 4 San Antonio women...
Always remember, chat, in most imperial core countries, the majority of child abusers and pedophiles are cis, het, white men. That's just a fact.
Elizabeth Ramirez, Cassandra Rivera, Christy Mayhew, and Ana Vasquez, all lesbians, were accused of raping Ramirez's 2 nieces, who were 9 and 7 years old at the time.
Fucking hell.
There were immediate inconsistencies in the girls' stories, weak medical testimony, and, damningly, a history of unfounded rape accusations on the part of the girls. But all 4 women were sentenced to prison in 1998. San Antonio was particularly homophobic at the time, and the women were not afforded an impartial jury of their peers. The foreman of the jury at Ramirez's trial was a minister who told attorneys that homosexuality was a sin.
Fucking hell,
Also
man.
on her jury, according to Ramirez, was a preacher's wife who told Ramirez that she disapproved of her lifestyle, stating, "Because of this, you're capable of being pedophiles."
That's right, Ick and Trunks, yeah.
In his closing statements at the trial, prosecutor Philip Kazin said,
"Do not go back and convict her because she's a lesbian. It's only important in the sense that that activity generally is consistent with the activity alleged in the indictment, and that's all."
In 2012, the younger of the two accusers recanted her testimony, claiming that family members upset about Ramirez's sexual orientation told her to lie.
So fucked!
The father of the two girls, Javier Limon, had also proposed to
Yes,
Ramirez.
don't forget to follow Little Hoot on YouTube as well, who is the person in the video now and collaborated on this video with Caitlin Conrad, so please go and show her some love as well.
Several times and sent her love letters prior to the sexual assault allegations. Many people close to the case have speculated that Ramirez's rejection of Limon's romantic advances provided motive for him to push his daughters to accuse the women of sexual abuse. And of
So let me get this straight again. Let me get this straight. A cis-het guy was like, you know, I'm gonna change this lesbian, right? I can change her. And then because that's not how that works.
The father of the two girls, Javier Limon, had also proposed to Ramirez several
So he was like, girls, you should definitely just like tell everyone that she's a pedo, basically.
times and sent her love letters prior to the sexual assault allegations. Many people close to the case have speculated that Ramirez's rejection of Limon's romantic advances provided motive for him to push his daughters
Hey, Samuel.
the women of sexual abuse. Ana Vasquez was released on parole in 2012 after serving 14 years of her sentence. The remaining San Antonio Four were released in 2013 and exonerated in 2016.
Tart, what's going on?
Hello, Muel.
They were each paid a paltry $80,000 restitution by the state, but remained convicted felons until a judge expunged their records in 2018. 20 years.
Thank you so much for the 18 months.
Sentencing. The Public Association of Queerness with Sexual Abuse directly contributed to the false conviction of the San Antonio Four, and likely hundreds of other cases. Conversely, the legal system has failed to protect or bring any kind of justice to the thousands of queer victims of violent hate crimes. The gay and trans panic defenses are still used frequently to vindicate perpetrators of hate crimes. The innocence and integrity of LGBTQ+ people will always be treated as suspect.
Nothing, Chloe. Literally nothing. That money means nothing. That's not even how much money they would have earned if they were working and not been in prison. Exactly.
Societies. Folk devils.
Sorry, when Hoots brought up mimosas, I felt oddly compelled to make one. I didn't have orange juice though, so I'm substituting it.
I do miss mimosas.
Prosecco. If you know this channel, you know
I don't miss Prosecco.
Content. I'm not here to convince you not to listen to the proponents of this panic because the people behind it are stupid, cringe, or unreliable. Although, like, they are all those things.
That's right.
But showing these people to be unworthy of trust and undeserving of a platform does nothing to lay bare the hatred and ill intent propelling this ideology. One must simply say, the messenger is not the message, and all effort spent on discrediting these people is wasted. Because even if you succeeded in deplatforming every one of these people, all the mob needs to continue is a spokesperson who's more tactful, better at hiding their true intentions. Forming arguments specifically intended to discredit those who push the anti-LGBTQ+ panic is like trying to defeat a hydra by cutting off its heads. Because while yes, we need to know who is behind this panic, These people aren't unique in any way. This outrage isn't something they invented. They have no true individuality, no personal message. They are entirely replaceable, even the simpering token trans and gay ones.
Yeah.
There will always be someone new, someone willing to cash in on their marginalization at the expense of their dignity, decency, and possibly their rights. The position these people occupy is timeless and mutable. They serve only as mouth.
I don't know if Kalen would be cool with being referred to as a man, and also they go by they, them.
Pieces, megaphones meant to parrot and amplify what was set in motion by those that came before them. That being said, it is pertinent to dispel any notion that today's Salem Puritans, today's Anita Bryants, are somehow actually concerned with the welfare of children. It is important to at least show that it is they who are the greater threat to children. There are many reasons someone would use their platform for this kind of messaging: clout, money, hatred, fear. But there are only a handful of people with a large enough platform.
Yeah, like half laptop's like, thank you. Like, look, right, in Twitch chat, this shit's dead easy, yeah? It's dead easy. You try explaining they, them pronouns to a bunch of boomers in a tenants union. Holy fucking shit. And the thing is that they know and they try and stuff like that, but it's like, honestly, sometimes it's literally like, you know, I'll be there and I'll be like, they, you know what I mean? I'll correct her, I'll be like, they, and they'll be like, oh yeah, sorry, yeah, shit, I gotta stop doing that. So anyway, she, and it's like, you know, Twitch chat is easy. Twitch chat is easy. You know, it's fine. It's fine. But, you know, boomers out in the real world, even boomers who are like trying, you know, imagine trying to explain Faith Femme, it's wild ride. Yeah. I'm a boomer. Yeah, Miss These Nuts, you're an online boomer though, innit? So you're like online and you've got like, you know, a bunch of, I guess you're gonna be in like a bunch of Twitch chats. You're gonna like see people constantly refer to them and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Our union only recently learned about neo-pronouns, that you could use more than one set. It blew their minds. So this is why I'm like, I'm tabling a motion to have an LGBTQ plus statement, and we're gonna have queer workshops and stuff like that anybody can attend and shit like that. Because yeah, it's just something that I think everybody needs to get used to. Everybody needs to sort of like learn, because it's just a matter of knowledge. Do you know what I mean? It's just a matter of knowledge. Like, none of these people have like non-binary people or people who use they them pronouns in their family, like, and stuff like that, so they don't understand it. You know, and that's why it's like it's my sort of duty as a cis person to be like, yo, like, you know, I know I'm a fucking gay, right? But just letting you know, I'm he, him, right? But you've just got to be like they, them, right? You've just got to be like they, you know? Dumbass who is trying would be a good description of me, right? Yeah. That's it, innit?
And actually whip up the righteous fury.
Down with the woke shit.
Only a few with a...
Listen, honestly, chat, start using /s if you're being sarcastic, because people are not going to know. You really need to make sure you're doing that, because I don't want people to be feeling uncomfortable in this chat. You know what I mean? The individual Walshes or Southerns or Blairs are replaceable. The need to replace them sooner than wanted is making the enemy spend resources finding new talent. Listen, like, I think what's happening here is you're having a case of like, oh, someone said this, so they mean this, right? But I don't think Kalen is saying that. You know? I think we need to really, really stop, as a community as a whole, assuming the worst, right? When someone says something like this, someone who's clearly done like an entire 2-hour video to be like, these people are really bad, this is why they're bad, etc., etc., etc. I think we need to like really get out of the habit of assuming that they absolutely mean, like, when they're saying something like this, that we should never, ever, ever force anyone to be deplatformed and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that contributes anything to any discussions anywhere.
pulpit from which they can
That's
point
right,
their
Prince, and
finger
also hello.
at new targets and then watch as the mob engages in deliberate attempts to destroy every aspect of the target's life, separate them from their community. The accusers and bad actors function as a means of disseminating modern-day Der Stürmer, the propaganda that was meant to inspire stochastic violence against marginalized targets, and whose actions can be plausibly denied. After all, they aren't the ones acting on their accusations, they're just...
But I've just seen your first message, Comrade Clevername, and maybe I'm doing that to you. So I want to apologize if that is actually what I just did. Because you did say... It did say, knowing the individual's disruptive is actually useful. This isn't a call to hyper-focus on thought leaders. Yeah, apologies.
The accusers.
I'm like, don't do the thing that I'm currently doing.
Tucker Carlson is a far-right Christian and entertainer at Fox News. He has been instrumental in orchestrating this panic around LGBTQ+ people, pushing the groomer narrative at every opportunity to his viewers on Fox and his 5.2 million followers on Twitter.
But that's not what this is at all. These are not people who want to leave you alone or your kids alone. These are weirdos getting creepy with other people's children. That's exactly what it is. Say it. Say it. That's what it is. What you're seeing is...
By the way, this argument that you're hearing, you know, there's people who call themselves leftists who say the same shit. Thank you so much, djmuel Yorks, for the sub. Appreciate that. Sure sounds familiar, doesn't it? Eh? Right. Tart, you've just popped in. Have a fucking 24-hour timeout. Like, I've literally just gone through with everybody else in the chat about why it's fucking dangerous for me, and not just for me, but also for yourself and for other people that you've been in chats of and stuff like that, why you can't even joke about wanting to get violent, right? And you're in here doing it. You've been in the Discord doing it for fucking weeks now. And, you know, it's not like we don't see that stuff. It's not like we, as the mods, we don't see that stuff and we're just, like, fine with it. You know what I mean? Like, really, really, really want you to consider how much sort of... You're doing psychic damage to yourself for a start. You're doing psychic damage to yourself for a start, and you're also putting other people's livelihoods in danger. So stop it. That's it. Otherwise, you can't be in this community anymore, and that's it. You've been here for like years now. You've been here for like a year and a half. Do you know what I mean? Are you really going to throw it all away just for that? Just for like succumbing to extremely negative vibes? I know it's hard. Like, listen, you think I don't, you think I haven't been through that same sort of feeling as well? That I'm a live streamer. All I have stopping me from saying something is my brain. You know what I mean? You've got a keyboard and an enter key. I'm not trying to tell you what to think. I'm trying to tell you to just not say that stuff. It's that easy. It's that easy.
Society that hates children. You would have to hate children in order to sexualize them, because sexualizing children screws them up for life. Ask anyone to whom it's happened. Period. No one should put up with this. No parent should put up with this for 1 second, no matter what the law says. Your duty, your moral duty, is to defend your children. This is an attack on your children, and you should fight back.
Tucker the M&Ms need to be sexy calling queer people creepy. I know. I know.
And that it will screw them up for life. He himself has actively argued that a teacher giving a 15-year-old boy a lap dance, including putting her...
No, I know, Lyra. I agree.
...is not harmful at all.
An unusual one anyway. A lap dance in front of the entire class. Alicia Smith, pictured on the
Hey, Gumba, what's going on?
Grinding on the 15-year-old, putting her head between his legs and fondling him.
Which you've done it too.
But this isn't a crime. That's the point I'm making. A crime suggests a victim, and
what do you
no
mean
one
there's
here
no victim,
is
though? There's a 15-year-old kid, and then you have a grown-up teacher.
There's a 15-year-old boy.
15-year-old
And so it's having been a 15-year-old boy, I can tell you, unless there's something we don't know about this kid's life has not been... He is not...
So prime example here, chat. prime example here, yeah? Most of you who are regulars in the stream, and if you were here yesterday, you know that, I am quite open about being a survivor of child sexual assault at the hands of 2 women, right? So imagine what I'm thinking now, hearing this man say this about child sexual assault by a woman, right? And I'm still not saying it. Still not saying it. So when I see you in chat do the things that you absolutely, I know you don't have to say them. I know you don't. That's why it winds me up. That's why I go off on people about it. Because if I could sit here while this cunt is saying this about an experience that fucking destroyed a lot of my life and not say anything, then you could say it. You can not say it too. You can also refrain, right? You can.
15-year-old. Let's spare the outrage here and just be real about it.
What are you talking about? She put her head between his legs.
Okay, she was, acting out a lap dance.
I find it incredibly difficult to believe that this is a man genuinely concerned with preventing the grooming of children. Seems like the only reasonable read on Tucker Carlson is that he is a man who uses anti-LGBTQ+ rhetoric to manipulate the fear of his viewers to further an agenda.
Oh boy, here he is, chat.
Matt Walsh is a self-described theocratic fascist and talking head of the Christian right that publicly states that gay and queer people do not deserve to have the same rights as heterosexual ones. When same-sex marriage was legalized federally in America, Matt Walsh wrote,
"Liberals constantly drone on about wanting to get the government out
Yes,
of
I agree, Comrade Clever Name.
They are weeping tears of joy as 5 old people in black robes make legal decisions based on a human's need for romance. But whatever the Supreme Court says, the truth remains the same. There is no right to gay marriage. There is no gay marriage. It's not real. It's not possible. It's make-believe. It means nothing. Marriage has always been and will always be a union between man and..."
It's so stupid. Listen, I've got nothing wrong with people who want to get married. Like, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't fucking care. It's up to you, yeah? It is entirely up to you. But, he's right about marriage in general, right? Other than, like, when he starts to say, like, oh, no, when it's between a man and a woman, then it's real. Like, no, it's still fake. It still doesn't mean anything. It's like a charade. It's whatever. I mean, yeah, sure, you could say that it's like a day to celebrate your love with your partner and stuff like that, but that is all it is. It's just like a public show of love that you are willing to, like, commit to your partner, right? And I've never personally understood it. I've not. It's never been, like, a huge thing for me, but it's just so funny that he's saying that is what it is, and then says, oh, but it's not when it's a man and a woman, right? So ridiculous.
Woman.
Currently, he writes for the Daily Wire.
Yeah, it's just a legal contract, isn't it?
YouTube channel, and as of filming this, he has over 1 million followers.
Thank you, Gumba Master.
He uses all of these platforms to sow fear about LGBTQ+ people.
So according to Boston Children's
Hey, Truno, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Every toddler who has ever been born or will ever be born is trans. Now, if it seems like they're casting
Wait, what?
ever been born. So
wait, what?
Boston Children's Hospital, literally every toddler who has ever been born or will ever be born is trans.
Based.
Now, if it seems like they're casting the widest imaginable net in order to catch the most children they can and put them all on a path to sterilization and butchery before they can even talk, well, that's because that's exactly what these monsters are doing.
But it seems that
he's just such a liar. Like, honestly, like, Jesse Gender wrecked this part. Yeah, I've not seen Jesse Gender's video yet, but I'm planning on watching that for sure. Finn, how's it going? Oh my god, everybody go follow Fantastic Mr. Fox. Any mod in particular, not bothered. Can I get a link to Finn's YouTube in the chat, please? How's it going, mate? We doing good. Great to see you.
The issue is not with pedophiles, but with gay people.
The pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church is not a pedophile scandal. The vast majority of victims
yes, thank you, clever name, yeah.
And young men. The real problem in the church that everyone sees and few will say out loud, gay priests.
It seems likely that Matt Walsh is simply pretending children haven't been abused by the church because it's his church. He's Catholic. And given that when the mass graves of Indigenous students
Thank you,
were
Chloe.
unearthed, and Matt Walsh called them a false narrative, I think that speaks to that, how much he actually cares for the well-being of children.
Every single one of these fuckos denies legitimate abuse, right? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Mods all currently just like completely confused by just like absolutely insane chat message.
Children.
When you hear about mass graves,
no one in the chat saw that, and that's for the best because it's legitimate psychic damage. Legitimate psychic damage. Like, I have no idea. There was a chat message that was so insane that Automod, after like years of being sort of silent in being like too much of a cop, was like, this needs to be withheld. Chat's not allowed to see this. I crave the damage. Fine, okay, I'll post it in the chat. If that's what you want, I'll post it in the chat. This is what this person said. Yeah, there you go. Work it out.
Just know that those mass
Work it
graves
out.
are called cemeteries, and there's nothing nefarious about them. This is one of the most absurd and destructive
Hey,
false
Divided.
narratives the media has ever concocted.
Whoa, this guy's doing genocide. And of course he's doing genocide. Why am I surprised? He's actually a fascist. Yeah, it auto-modded the Gopnik part, right? It's just, what the fuck? What is that? Yeah, that is some powerful psychic damage. Yeah, it just makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. Like, I've never said any of those things. Like, I've never said that Russia is saving queer people from evil Statinists in Ukraine. I've never said that. I don't know what the fuck you want about. I do talk about how bad the Democrats are. Like, I do talk about that. Incredible, just absolutely incredible. Electoral mind prison stuff. Yeah, literally. Yeah, literally. Literally. Love Rutsia. Yeah, what is that? What does that even mean? What's that got to do with anything? Actual Riddler in chat. Yeah, dude needs to log off. Like, yeah, if you're still watching the stream, like, I don't know what your issue is with me, but, you know, what's actually happening is you're projecting the fact that you need to touch so much grass right now. You're projecting that onto me. So go touch some grass, please. I beg of you. Get out there, talk to a real person, because that is the most online, terminally online, brain poison bullshit I've never even seen. I mean, was it supposed to be SS Bolts? I mean, yeah, like, you know, based, yeah, I do believe that Russia is fascist. Like, I don't know where any of these people have got this shit from. Like, there is like a sort of like contingent of people. This is actually why I did the Hagau face for my Go Live tweet today, because there are still people online after like drama from like, you know, 2 months ago that I'm living rent free in people's heads, and they like quote tweet my Go Live tweets, and they say, haha, DJ Muel thinks he's really cool, haha. So like, you know, I did like an Hagau face when I went live today, because I thought, what would like upset these people the most? What would like stress these people out the most? And it's worked apparently, because one of them has come in here that's so online and heard so many like different conflicting pieces of information about me that they've made up something just so far removed from reality that it doesn't even come close to anything that I've ever said. Living rent-free, tenants union doing good work then. I'm literally squatting in these people's heads, and it's funny as fuck. It's actually funny as fuck. You know?
This is one of the most
probably mad that there's so many people in this stream who actually really, really like and support me, and, you know, that goes against their narrative entirely, doesn't it? Because apparently nobody agrees or supports with me on the internet.
And destructive false narratives the media has ever concocted.
So teachers can't come out of the closet. but they can kidnap.
Yo, chill out, Liz.
Abuse and neglect them, and then.
Yes, what's wrong with you? Yes, chill out.
Grave site beside the school when they die under their watch. It's clear that Matt Walsh's motivations are not actually the protection of children, but the removal of the rights and protections of LGBTQ+ people influenced by his Christian beliefs. Chaya Raichik, who claims to have been or participated
in... Yeah, it's a Russian nationalist thing, the Z thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Right anti-LGBTQ+ activist who runs the account Libs of TikTok. She is one of the more consistent...
Wait, I've always wanted to learn more about this this one woman. Chaya Raichik, this is the Libs of TikTok account?
...and protections of LGBTQ+ people influenced by his Christian beliefs.
Yes, by the way, speaking of supporting me and want to see me succeed, the dono bar that you're currently seeing right next to my face, it's literally here. You should be looking at it all the time because this is where you should be looking when you're watching my stream all the time. This is my November living costs. That's how much it costs for me to get to actually survive per month. I make most of my money from streaming, so please, 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 if you have any money to spare, if you want to see me succeed, if you've laughed, if you've learned something, etc., 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 please consider donating off Twitch. You could do that via the Streamlabs link that's in the chat just above the bottom of the chat right now. It's in the middle of the chat right now. You can click on that, send me some money, and if we get to £400 before the 15th of November, which is halfway through the month, so you've got until Tuesday next week, right? Including Tuesday as well. Thank you, Lyra. I will be having a blue fella, 1,000%. Then we'll be watching 2 movies on movie night. So we'll have movie night for this month, and absolutely down to have a double feature movie night if we hit £400, the halfway point, before the 15th, and that would basically be what I'm thinking right now, a double bill of Stuart Lee's Snowflake. Oh!
Thank you for streaming.
Risk Inverse, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and for supporting the stream. What I'm thinking, chat, is a double bill of Stuart Lee's Snowflake, right, which we saw a little bit of last night, and Lorelei watched it in fair own time this morning. Oh my god, I can't even finish. I can't even finish. Isle, thank you so much for the... Oh! Porcelain Giant, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Isle, thank you so much for the raid. What is going on, lovely? How are you doing? Gang, please, 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 please go and follow Isle. There's a link to her stream in the chat right now. Twitch.tv/Isle. She's an amazing streamer. She does just chatting. She does like video game stuff. Really, really, really cool stuff. Welcome in if you're coming in from Isle's stream. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. My pronouns are he, him. We're currently watching a video by Kaelin Conrad and Little Hoot that is about the sort of groomer panic that's going on, which is just basically LGBTQIA plus hate in the States, and it's sort of like coming over to Europe as well in a lot of different places. So we're currently watching that. It's got a lot of content warnings, so just keep an eye out for that when I move to the other scene in the stream. But yeah, it's very good so far. We're getting very mad, we're getting very angry, and also having a bit of a laugh at some people's expense. Some horrible people's expense. So that's what's going down. You're gonna get some dinner and be right back? Yeah, no worries, Isle. You get sorted. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Any word on a certain company dropping ball on a sponsorship? Yes, I am no longer doing the HelloFresh sponsorship, and there is no further comment for me to make than that. I won't be elaborating on that any further, other than I think that they dropped me from the sponsorship because I was talking about fisting. But that's that. Don't worry about it. I'm getting all of my subscriptions honored though, so I will be getting paid. So don't worry about that. I am getting paid for the subscriptions that went through. It's all good. You still help me out. It just sucks. Yes, I did get... Yeah, I will be getting the money for that, Emmy. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, just absolutely ridiculous. You need a high fiber diet for that. Maybe you do. I don't know. I'm not a bottom, so I couldn't tell you. They couldn't handle a little bit of fisting. Anyway, listen, let's not dwell on it because there could be a potential to get, you know, a further sponsorship in the future, and that's that. Yeah, no, it's fine. Look, it was one of them. Some things were communicated poorly, and it's not really their fault. It's not really my fault. It's not really Stream Element's fault. It's just like bad communication all around. But it doesn't matter. It's all good. Shit happens, and we're moving on. You know, it is just a shame that it would have literally sorted me out from when I started it till, like, you know, the end of the year and then some. So anyway, whatever. It's fine. You know, which is why I'm asking you to consider, please, donate to the November Living Costs Fund. Please, I need to live. Please, give me money. That's it. If you've not got any money, don't worry about it. You could go ahead and retweet the Go Live link, get more rides on it. Hopefully some people with some more money, and they can come and donate. That's the whole deal with that. But anyway... Yeah, don't worry. Listen, if you're broke, of course, that's absolutely fine. You don't need to justify what's going on in your financial sort of situation. But listen, after that raid, I'm going to go and take a quick break. I won't be too long. Maybe about 2 minutes, 3 minutes or something. So have a stretch, take your meds, get a drink, all that stuff. You know? And I'll see you in a sec. I'm back. Oh, hello, Emmy Spoons. It was a long piss. Yes, that's what I did. I went for a piss. It was a big piss. A big brown piss that came out my ass. A big thick brown piss. You know, since you brought it up, yes, I will need to hydrate after that. That's correct. After that thick brown piss. That's right, you need to hydrate. Definitely need to drink more. Sticky brown wee with a skin on it. Oh, yeah, love that. Yeah, Truno says, you nasty mule. Yeah, like I was the one that brought up the toilet shit. I could have said, right, chat, I'm going to go and take a huge nasty shit because it's been crowning for about 3 hours. And I'm going to go ahead and do that. It's going to fucking destroy my toilet. Disgusting. The neighbors are going to smell it. Horrible. Yeah, but I didn't, did I? I didn't do that. I didn't say anything like that. I said, chat, I'm going for a nice little break. Take your meds, do all this. I could have been having a phone call for all you know. Could have been on the phone. Could have been an emergency. My dad could have phoned me and said, do you know what I mean? But Dave, fucking Dave in the chat, is like, oh, well, you must have had a piss, a really long piss. Yes, you are responsible for this. You are. Dave Warnock. Oh, you're having a piss, weren't you? Ha, ha. Isn't it funny that people piss? Ha. Well, no. Now that you've played with feathers, your arsehole's getting tickled, isn't it? And you don't like that, do you? Well, you should have thought twice before you started playing with feathers, shouldn't you? Now, everyone in chat hates it. Everyone in chat's having a horrible time. More like Dave Warncock. Yes, that's right. No, don't be mean to Dave. He's fine. Just a bit. I'm just doing a bit. It's all right. Who cares? You know, everybody has bodily functions. It's fine. Whatever. You know, get over it. Right? Get over it. Anyway, should we get back to the video? Let's get back to the video. What else did I miss? What else did I miss in chat? This music is with my cup of tea, and it's raining outside. Yes, very nice. Music chill, very nice. Yeah. Gonna relocate to the gym and listen in upside downness. Oh hell yeah, Finn. Get those gains. Yeah, did anyone else sub off Twitch? Did I miss anyone subbing off Twitch? No, probably not. Recent events. Let's have a look and see if I missed anybody. Box full of leaves. Thank you so much for the £10. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Box. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The chair got a tip. Yes. Brilliant. Played with Feathers. That's a new one. It's from a very shit British comedy show. It's the only funny joke from a British comedy TV show called Max and Paddy. Which is a show about two bouncers who go around the country being not as funny as the previous show that they were in, which is what they were a spin-off of. And it's this one bit where they're in prison and they're getting harassed by like a guy, and one of them twats him around the head with a tray, and he goes, "Don't play with feathers unless you want your ass tickled." And I think that's pretty funny, innit? I've not heard of that show. Probably for the best that you don't watch it. Can't remember it. It was on in 2006 on the BBC. Probably transphobic as fuck. And the rest, you know? Chaya Raichik, this libs of TikTok
to have been
dickhead.
participated in the January 6th insurrection, is a far-right anti-LGBTQ+ activist who runs the account Libs of TikTok. She is one of the more consistent contributors to the panic.
Right, Muel, yeah.
Often ending up targeted by other accounts as well, and on Tucker Carlson's Fox News segments. Chaya is one of the more prolific posters, with tweets often targeting specific people or institutions.
Yeah, this person's got people banned in it.
By saying that Libs of TikTok simply reposts what her targets have already posted themselves online. But a quick glance at the Libs of TikTok account will show you that that is a lie. There have been tweets from the Libs of TikTok account that included information on a target like their address, place of work, phone number, and email. Keep in mind, this information was not censored when Libs of TikTok posted it. For many in the mob, and for Chaya, it is not about protecting children from grooming, but using fear to keep them completely naive to the existence of LGBTQ+ people altogether.
Any teacher who comes out to their students should be fired on the spot.
If you see a tweet like this pop up from her, you can be sure the person or organization in it is being bombarded with hate, threats, and violence.
Yeah, it's fucked, in it, Truno?
At an upcoming event, you're almost guaranteed to find
Like if flesh-eating bacteria was a personality, right?
Protest it. Some may claim that this documentary has been unfair to the insiders of this panic by comparing their actions to those spreading Nazi propaganda in Weimar, but I would suggest anyone intending on making that claim simply turn their gaze towards who faithfully answers when the indictors sound their call.
This is grooming, ladies and gentlemen. You are allowing your children to be groomed. They are grooming your children, and you are accepting it.
Ashamed of yourself for what?
That was some brother fucking phobia then. I don't remember hearing about that. Was that the shit in Reading or something?
Wokeism is disgusting. This is child grooming. What's going on? Child grooming. Who knows what autogynephilia is? Who knows what autogynephilia is?
Listen to those kids. This is fucking horrible, yo. Oh, these kids are getting fucking traumatized by these fucking Nazi cunts. I hate it so much.
Who knows what pedophiles are? Excuse me, what?
Right now, we are here.
This motherfucker with a golden swastika on him. Are you taking the piss? Are you taking the piss?
Small group of my people. The Nazis are in town.
If you're wondering why I don't believe that Chaya Raichik is seriously concerned about the grooming of children and may have ulterior motives to running the Libs.
Shouting AGP at the kids is very much not online. Like, so insane, isn't it? Imagine like every single person in that room is probably like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Like, none of those people are online. Nowhere near in the same way as that fucking woman, innit?
Of TikTok account. This tweet should be evidence enough.
Hi guys, I'll be offline a few days. I know some of you will be suffering from Libs of TikTok withdrawal. Don't worry, I got you. Check out my new store and get 10% off your order with code GROOMERS.
Hey, Vexing Thoughts, what's going on?
Pedophilia has always been around, but I think that always has been the end game for this agenda. You know,
Blair, like, I genuinely am just like, she's talking about you. She's talking about you, Blair. Like, you just sat there and she's talking about you. Like, you're not like one of the good ones. It's just not like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. It's so fucking ridiculous. Yeah, just like a queer person nodding along to that. It's like, yeah. Like, just absolutely insane.
Back when we were fighting to get gay marriage legalized, which
Quisling scum, yeah.
ago. I mean, it was 2015.
Pick me shit.
It's been a
Pick me. Don't put me in the gas chamber, please.
The extremists on the right that would always warn of the slippery slope, and for reasons that they didn't want gay marriage to get passed. And I always thought they were absolutely insane. I was obviously very, like you were saying, we have all of our rights. We achieved what we were fighting for. But obviously I was very naive, and now we're seeing that we're basically at the bottom of the slope.
Yeah. Hopefully it's the bottom.
I'll never forgive these people for proving those people
Fucking knobhead.
To be correct.
Jamie
Both
Michelle
of them.
is a lesbian and amateur public speaker. She's the face of Gays Against Groomers.
And also, like, the woman herself is a lesbian. It's like, do you not know what's going on here? Literally, you know what's going on here? How does she sleep at night? On a big pile of money. You know? Lots of TERFs are. Well, I want to push back on that, Porcelain Giant, because they're not, are they? Right? Lots of TERFs aren't lesbians, actually. In fact, lots of TERFs aren't even women, as they say they are. In fact, the majority of TERFs are actually cis-het men. And this has been confirmed by the LGBT Alliance, right? And stuff like that. And I think that we really need to be careful about saying things like lots of TERFs are lesbians, because that can very quickly turn into, you know what I mean, bad blood in the community, and I don't want any of that. I don't want any of that. I know loads of fucking lesbians that stand in solidarity with trans people, right? So, you know, if we sit here and we start to believe that lots of TERFs are in fact women and they are also gay, then we're actually believing the lies that TERFs are selling us. And that's not good. Right? Yeah, TERFs, like most fascists, like to sow confusion and sectarianism. Right, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Like, where's that picture, yo? Like, what is that picture recently? Like, LGBT Alliance conference photo of members. Will this come up? Yeah, look. This shit. Oh my god, it's so small. It's so small. It's so small. This picture is like pixelated to fuck. How am I supposed to prove my point with this? Oh, it's from Facebook. That's why it is. Basically, there's a picture, yeah. Oh, how do I fucking find it? They've probably tried to, like, get this picture taken down loads. Oh, fucking hell. Well, anyway, it's this picture. And you can't really see here. But, like, what they did was they realized very quickly that the majority of people at this meeting were men. Straight men, right? And so what they did is they put a load of, like, all the women. I say a load of women. They put the women at the front. And then all at the back, like, literally 2/3 of the fucking crowd, even more, was just dudes. Like, if someone can find me, like, a high-quality version of this picture, I'll show you properly, but it's literally just like cis-het white dudes all there, like literally 100 of the cunts showing up to the LGBT Alliance specifically to hate on trans people. Can't even get the front row to be fully women. That's right. Yeah, it's literally, yeah. That photo is from the LGBT Alliance conference. They had a conference recently, I think. Yeah, that's right. Oh, to Joy, yeah. Yeah, 1 or 2 people of color in the front row as well. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they shoved the people of color at the front. They shoved all the women at the front, you know? Yeah, no young people there as well, surprisingly. Just like a sea of grey men and like some grey women. You know, yeah, they're 2 black friends. Not a mask to be seen, of course. Yeah, absolutely. But I would say that that's actually probably true across the board for any conference at the moment, unfortunately. We've spoken about that already, haven't we? You could have told me that was a photo from Nambler and I would have believed you. A Trump rally looks more diverse. Holy shit. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so ridiculous.
This account is basically a dollar store libs of TikTok, and I'm not talking shit about the dollar store. Talking shit about Gays Against Groomers. Prior to running Gays Against Groomers, Jamie Michelle had a social media presence one might call problematic. If problematic means the posts on your social media are like photos.
Oh, you got high res one? Where have you put it? Where have you put it? Where are you putting it? In general? All right, let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, you could just see. Yeah, you could just fucking see. You could just fucking see. Look at that. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Genuinely so ridiculous. Like, what do you expect us to believe, man? Just like so many dudes. Like, they couldn't even get the whole front row to be all women either, you know? Like, someone said that earlier. Like, it's just like, good God, man. Good fucking God. Like, yeah, undeniable that there are, like, a lot of women there, but look at all these dudes. Like, literally, like, this whole bit at the back is just, like, entirely dudes. Average age, 65, you know? If you squint really hard, you can see one black guy, yeah. It's just, you know, yeah, the vast majority of them, middle-class professionals with salary positions as well, you know. You know, yeah, there are some women sprinkled in after the third row, but, like, you quickly start to see, like, the majority of dudes. Like, it's like, oh, my God. And these are just the people that pose for the photo as well. You know? Like, these are the people. Look at this here as well. Like, how can you fucking vote for Labour when there are people like this in it? Like, you can't vote for Labour while people like this are just allowed to be in Labour. Like, lesbians for Labour, just a fucking transphobe, you know? Rosie Duffield, MP, fucking transphobic. Horrific shit. 5-to-1 ratio of men to women at best, yeah. Ridiculous. Anyway.
Literal swastikas and Hitler and photos from inside Nazi events. When the post from her old social media recently leaked, she claimed what most people would. She was hacked. If you want to believe that the hacker was also posting photos of her with friends on the same day they were posting Nazi stuff, that's up to you, I guess. I personally believe she made those posts, in part because much more frequently she was reposting propaganda from the Proud Boys on her Telegram channel.
Whoa.
The Proud Boys are a far-right neo-fascist organization that promotes and engages in political violence.
Yeah.
And despite the uncovered evidence of her apparent associations to Nazis, Jamie Michelle uses the Nazis to sell her propaganda. She claims that medical care for trans youth is worse than what one of the worst Nazi doctors did.
What's happening now would make, I think...
Like, what you kind of have to remember, Porcelain, yeah, with shit like that, yeah, is that they're desperate to sow seeds of, what do you call it? Sow seeds of doubt in the queer community. They want to divide us. That's why they've called themselves the LGB Alliance, even though I doubt there's any actual bisexual people in it at all. There's probably like, 12 lesbians total and 50 gay men or some shit, right? You know? And, they want to make us hate each other. They want us to be fearful of each other. They want us to start arguments with each other and all that shit, but we have to fucking not let them win. Do not let them win, right? It's they get in your fucking mind first, right? They're desperate to make it look like there's more of them than there are. Yeah, well, this is true in Alison Bailey's court case, right? in Alison Bailey's court case, yeah? Yeah, the LGBT Alliance are famously biphobic. They literally are. They're, like, all the members have called like bisexual people secret straights and all that. You know what I mean? Yeah, literally, yeah, Shafiq there, literally disclosed in court 7% of their membership are lesbians. 7%. So who are the other 93%? You know? And think about it this way. Think about the rhetoric that you see from TERFs online. Think about the rhetoric that you see from transphobic people online who call themselves gender critical or TERFs. It's misogynistic as fuck, right? And generally speaking, the women who are TERFs, the women and the straight women, the lesbians, they do have some elements of feminism still there, even though it's like messed up as fuck. Some of them still do have that like retained actual feminism there, but the majority of the rhetoric that you hear is vile and misogynistic. There is no fucking way in a million years that you can ever say to me that the majority people of TERFs online aren't just cis het men, just fucking Nazis. You can't tell me that it's not that, because it is. It absolutely fucking is. You know, like my mum said stuff to me. Like my mum has said things like, before, like bizarre things like, oh, what do you think about, women going in, bathroom, trans women going in prisons and stuff like that, like women's prisons and all this, blah, 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 blah. And I've like, shut her down and stuff like that. And then, I've told her about some of the things that they say about women in general. And she's gone, oh, well, that's just vile, right? And she fucking votes Tory. She literally votes Tory. She's a conservative. Do you know what I mean? And, like, she's absolutely fine with my partner who is, non-binary trans femme. Like, so it's one of those, like, every single woman who has, like, an ounce of understanding of the oppression that they go through is well aware that these people are not fucking feminists. They're not, like, majority women and shit like that. Like when it got exposed recently that Matt Walsh is like a literal Nazi, and like there are Nazis everywhere, like all over the movement. Like when they showed up at fucking in Brighton to do that big protest, and there were loads of like Britain First and Tommy Robinson cunts there, right? And they were like, oh my God, what do we do? Like all these big figureheads of TERFs were like, whoa, no, there's actually like Nazis in our movement. Oh my God, how could we have got this wrong? But then every single other fucking TERF on the internet was like, nah, just get over it. It's fine. We need all the allies we can get. What are you on about? It's fine. Right? Yeah, they stopped at second wave feminism and wound back instead of going forward. Right, exactly, yeah. Exactly. The Venn diagram of trans misogyny and misogyny is almost a circle. Yeah, for sure. For sure. So, can't believe the Lepens ate my face. Yeah, it's really fucked.
Joseph Mengele, I believe that was his name, Nazi doctor. This puts him to shame. They are basically using an entire generation of children as lab rats for this sick ideology. And they're full steam ahead with it, and they see us as a
yes, they always do that. That's a really good point, Comrade Clever Name. This is why we absolutely must know our history, right? Mussolini claimed that fascism was syndicalist back then. He was first going during the Red period. Then most famously is the National Socialist stunt. That's literally what Hitler also called his party, the National Socialists. Like they co-opt loads of stuff from the left. It's all recuperation. Like, you hit like this is where that whole rhetoric of like, oh, these people at Black Lives Matter are racist because they don't care about white people, like co-opting the left's language, right? That's what they do all the time. That's what's going on here. They're co-opting the left's language. They're saying like, oh my God, Nazis are so bad. Like we shouldn't have like Nazis and stuff. Like Joseph Mengele was a really bad person. But I'm just going to do the same thing that he said, Just going to do the same thing that he said anyway. I'm just going to say exactly the same things that Joseph Mengele said, I tweeted a photo of Posey Parker with a Proud Boy in Chicago, and so many TERFs replied that she didn't know who he was, even though she's never said that, and he's far from the only one she's ever been seen with. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Definite roadblock.
Yeah, German Workers' Party, yeah.
To that.
When approached about her open support of fascists and alleged support of Nazis and Hitler, Jamie claims that she cannot possibly support Nazism, as she's Jewish. But she's also made a name for herself
Ben Shapiro
as a lesbian who is against the queer and trans community. So clearly, her personal identity doesn't prevent her from aligning with those who are against that identity.
I'm gay, and I call them out all the time. They're a disgusting mob of degenerates, and I want nothing to do with them. Started the hashtag not my community years ago.
The mob.
While it's true that the people we just discussed have been granted immense power by their platform, the makeup, the particles of that power are just individual people. But individual people, terrified en masse, have the propensity to cause considerable harm. A mob with no oversight that isn't being held to account. And this mob is the inciters to command, to direct and compel.
Right, Lyra.
If Chaya Raichik had no followers, if nobody listened to what she had to say, the target she chose would likely never be subjected to the deluge of harassment and violence at the hands of the mob that they had been. Those in the mob may claim they are simply fighting to protect
Hey, Johnny, what's going on?
They aren't anti-gay or trans.
Go follow Johnny, everyone.
But again, a cursory glance through their posts will reveal that's an egregious lie. Do a search through the people labeling LGBTQ plus people groomers on Twitter, and you'll find quite a lot of them support grooming. After news broke that a cis female teacher was alleged to have raped a student multiple times, the anti-groomer mob was not condemning it. They did the opposite, in fact.
Did the boy complain?
I would have hit that at 14.
14-year?
I can't watch this shit.
Ugh. But those same people reacting to anything about LGBTQ plus people have much less kindness than they do for literal child rapists.
Groomer.
Pride Month. More like Groomer Month.
Okay, Groomer.
Groomer. Okay, Groomer. Bye, Groomer. Close the Groomer centers for good. Okay, Groomer? Groomer? Groomer?
When this hypocrisy was pointed out, they were open about why they were okay with this child.
Yeah, I agree, Divided.
And not with LGBTQ plus people existing.
The answer here is obvious. One is okay because it is an ambitious young man conquering cougar poom.
Marina.
The other is not okay because it is deviant and unnatural. Disgusting.
Okay, they made it so much better for me. They literally made it so much easier to handle.
Any ignorance of the truth is willful at this point. I think it's important
Cougar poon.
influence these conspiracies hold. In my gender critical series, I broke down the ways in which transphobic hate groups recruit through fear, disgust, and exploiting trauma. This is no different than that. The playbook is the same. In fact, much of the literature created to fuel this
I haven't said poon since I was like 19.
panic comes from gender critical anti-trans activists like J.K. Rowling, Abigail Shrier, Maria Keffler, and Helen Joyce. I say this not to make excuses for people who allow themselves to be recruited into this cult of fear, but to explain that for some of them, the fear is quite real. If you want to understand the ways in which people's fears and traumas are being exploited in order to pull people into the mob, I covered in part 1 of the Gender Critical series. Now that we know the basics about most of the main players in this panic, now that we know who the accusers are, we can talk about the accusations. The accusation being made is meant to sound simple, as if everything you need to understand it exists on the surface of it. First, I'm going to address
Hey, Smutty Baba Yaga, welcome back.
They were being made in good faith, and then I'm going to respond to the logical conclusions of the claim and what people mean when they make this accusation.
There's no reason for anyone but a parent to discuss issues related to sex with children unless they are grooming them.
I can see how this sounds entirely reasonable in a vacuum. Why would some adult need to discuss anything to do with sex around a child without their parents' permission? But the moment you remove this claim from the vacuum, the dangers of this claim quickly come into focus. There are several reasons to inform children about what sex is, specifically for their safety. Most notably...
Yes, please, please, please check out the video on your own time. Would really appreciate if you did that because... Kaylin, this video is extremely good. Kaylin and Little Who did a really good job in making it. There's a link to the video in the chat. Just spam that in the chat real quick. Go check it out, etc., etc. And that's it.
Sex education for young people is in part taught to prevent children from being used and groomed.
Give it a like, give it a subscribe, give it a follow, all that stuff. Support our lovely comrade Kaylin, comrade in their YouTube quest. I've always been extremely disgusted by that term, DJ. I feel like anyone who says it sees sex as something for personal pleasure only and conquest. Look, it depends on context, right? I think it depends on context. Some words like that, like, you know, I just think it depends. I think that we should be able to detect context if people are using it in a bit of a funny way or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Or if people are literally using it in a way as that person did in their, you know, like that is how they were using it in that tweet, that person, right? Whereas someone might just be having a fucking laugh with it. You know what I mean?
It gives them the knowledge of and language to understand consent, bodily autonomy, and what sex actually is.
Like, important thing to remember, the word poon comes from the word punani, which is patois for vagina. Do you know what I mean? So we can't just like, you can't just like assume that everyone who's going to use the word poon is going to be a piece of shit misogynist, because like some people literally use the word punani to describe, you know, genitals, right?
This education is vital in children being able to understand and communicate any abuse they endure throughout their childhood, and prevents people with ill intentions from taking advantage of their ignorance and naivety. Any person who claims that a child's safety is elevated by ignorance is showing their own. No need to tell children the stove gets hot. After all, cooking's for adults.
Right.
The second part of their accusation is about parental rights, that no adult should be discussing issues around sex with a child specifically without the parent's consent.
Monetizing wise, but a bebop, yeah.
The emphasis here is on the issue of parental consent and control. This is touted as a way to safeguard children. But even a cursory glance at the data will show you that this ideological stance, when put into practice as policy, is a danger to children.
If children are unable to know what sex is, and the idea of consent and all that kind of stuff, right? Then how are they supposed to recognize when they are being groomed? And how are they able to, how are they supposed to go back to their parent or guardian and go, or someone that they trust and go, oi, this is happening. Right? And I know what's happening. I've been told about it. I've heard about this. I need help. Right? How are they supposed to do that? Right? Hey, Anarchist Laboratory Sean, how's it going? And also, hello, Babs. Please go and follow Babbling Goat. He's one of the best streamers I know. And I hope you're having a great day. It's good to see you.
For one simple reason. Parents abuse their children.
Exactly.
Emotionally, physically, sexually, at rates hundreds of times higher than any other adult that is known to their child. Statistically, quite a few of these parents are both
exactly Birdie
their child for being LGBTQ+, and then blaming and accusing teachers of being groomers for not hiding their gender identity or sexuality. During
yeah, weird, isn't it, Lyra?
In gender critical and anti-LGBTQ+ Facebook groups for parents, I've seen countless parents discuss ways to avoid teachers informing child protection services of what goes on in their homes.
That's so fucked.
If you sense antagonism from a group's leaders, it might be wise to cut ties with that group rather than risk being reported to a child protective service agency.
And up to and including pulling their queer or trans kids out of school, moving cities, and homeschooling them. Especially for younger children, when you combine the lack of education and the inability for adults outside the home to discuss these issues with them, a terrifying situation is created. Like, there's a reason school staff are trained to notice the signs of abuse in their students.
Yeah.
Because often they are the only people outside the home who spend enough time with them to notice those signs. But if they cannot approach those students and discuss parentally unapproved topics with them, they cannot offer help. And because these children have been left intentionally ignorant and without the language to express what is happening, they can't ask for that help themselves. And what you have now is a world where thousands of children every year are left alone to be abused, confused, ashamed, and possibly blaming themselves, all with no possibility of help in sight. That is why children are taught about sex-related issues as soon as they can understand them, because understanding them can prevent trauma and potentially save their lives. To add to the outlandishness of their claims of simply wanting to protect children from the gay or trans contagion, many in the mob and many of those who steer it towards its targets claim that even when a child is grown, they're still incapable of making decisions for themselves.
We had full days as teachers learning how to spot abusive behavior or how to tell if a child was struggling at home. It's safeguarding 101. Right? And not just for teachers. Right? I was at a job that I'm still unsure about if I can actually talk about because I had to sign an NDA during the pandemic, right? Where we were taught that stuff as well. We were like, this is how to recognize if a child is being abused, and it's like, you know, and what we were doing wasn't even remotely the same kind of like job as a teacher, right? You know, not just stuff. We had to go through stuff about like, you know, people who are disabled and vulnerable and stuff like that. Yeah, actual safeguarding, not whatever it is transphobes called safeguarding. Well, of course, what transphobes call safeguarding is they just think guarding my kid from becoming trans and that makes them safe. Right? That's what they think safeguarding is. Whereas safeguarding is actually, no, it's about protecting children from abusive fucking parents and abusive situations. That's what it is, you know? It's just ridiculous. In Texas, the Child Protection Guidelines says that anyone under 25 are subject to the rule, if I recall. It's gonna differ from state to state and you know, country to country. But, you know, it's like safeguarding counts for people of all ages because you could be abused by anyone at any time, right? There are various different kinds of abuse. There are various different like degrees of abuse. There are various different sorts of like ways that like victims sort of deny what's going on to them through fear of like repercussions or just through general denial because they don't want to accept that someone that they love is hurting them, etc., etc. It's so fucking like I said yesterday, like being an actual survivor makes me fucking hate the genuine vapid discussions that we hear on a daily basis, right? A daily fucking basis online about abuse and what it is and what it means and how like people discuss it in this like very black and white terms, and it's like, oh my god, like every single one of you needs to shut the fuck up immediately. Like, it fucking drives me mental. Oh, the guideline that prevents trans people from HRT. Yeah, 25 and under, yeah. So it's not, yeah, so they're not even talking about, quote unquote, like, you know, a bastardized version of safeguarding children. They're just like, oh, well, you know, they're trying to fucking kill trans people. That's what they're trying to do. They're literally trying to kill them, right? That's what they're trying to do. It's so fucked. So fucked.
18 to 30-year-olds are extremely vulnerable to the pull of transition. A parent with an under 18 has options, but over that age, all they can do is sit back and watch in horror. Protect all young people. Let's talk about that.
First of all, thank you for saying that 30-year-olds are young.
I love you, Kaylin. I love you, Kaylin. Holy shit. Yes. Thank you. Agreed. Still so young. I'm so limber. You know, look at me. I know what the kids like. I make a hey gal faces on my go live tweet. You know? That's how I know I'm still young, because I know all the memes. I know them all. That's right. That's right, chat. That's right.
What? A 30-year-old is now too young to be capable of making their own medical decisions?
Pull of transition.
The pull
That's
of
right,
transition? Rio. If you find transition so irresistible, that says something about you, not anyone else.
That's right.
If you think that even knowing transition is possible is indoctrination, it is you who wants to groom children into your ideology by hiding the truth from them.
Base, they're right, and they should say it.
Actually gets accused of discussing sex with children, Most of the time, they've done no such thing. What they did was mention the existence of people who aren't cisgender or heterosexual. But to the insiders and the mob, that is enough on its own.
Actually, when you, 1, know that one aspect of grooming can be teaching kids about sex, 2, learn the predatory, pedophilic roots of gender ideology and queer theory, and 3, follow libs of TikTok, it's easy to see that much of what's going...
It's just so insane. It's mind-blowing. These people are just like, a really important facet of understanding safeguarding of children from trans ideology is following libs of TikTok. Is following an absolutely fucking unhinged woman on the internet who is desperate for money and grifting and all that shit and like selling her fucking merch, etc., etc. Just follow her, and then you'll know that's the right way. Yeah, posting will save the children. It's posting. It is actually posting sickness. That's what it is. Posting sickness that unfortunately inspires real life stochastic terrorism. Butter Bebop says, is libs still allowed on Twitter? Right, listen, Butter, my friend. I'm glad that you don't go on Twitter that much to be able to understand, that like even before Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter, they were still not banned from Twitter. Despite multiple breaking of the rules, actually fucking doxing people and getting people, removed from their jobs simply for educating people on queer or trans issues, also just being queer themselves, right? And now Elon Musk owns it. So in answer to your question, yes, they are still allowed on Twitter because, as Elon Musk said, comedy is legal now, except when it's not. And you know what, chat? Do you know what? Do you want to know something? Doesn't that sound like 1984? George Orwell, Animal Crossing. I said it. Because it is, isn't it? Actually, the George Orwell 1987 Animal Crossing is actually when Elon Musk runs Twitter, isn't it? It's not when Elon Musk isn't running Twitter and people, still don't get banned anyway. It's the opposite. So there you go. I said the thing.
On can accurately be called grooming.
And like Anita Bryant, Christian mothers today have launched homophobic and transphobic political campaigns against LGBTQ+ education and our existence. People like Maria Keffler.
He's losing $4 million a day.
Maria wrote a DIY conversion therapy manual for parents of LGBTQ+ children that I discuss extensively in part 2 of my investigation into the private gender-critical Facebook groups for parents.
That's funny as fuck.
The manual suggests parents employ tactics like withholding food,
so ridiculous,
children from family, friends, and removing them from school. These are practices that have directly led to a child's
And yes, I have got nice lips, Porcelain, you're right.
Just like in the Satanic Panic, she is seen as an expert by people in the mob. And just like Lawrence Pastor established himself as the world's foremost expert on satanic ritual use, something he just made up, Lisa Lippman has done the same by acting as an expert on the conspiracy of the trans contagion, which she tried to reframe as a valid scientific and medical opinion by coining the term rapid onset gender dysphoria.
Oh, we love this one, chat. Rapid onset gender dysphoria, something that's completely made up. It's not even fucking real. It doesn't happen. It's not true. Like, it's just completely insane. Just completely fucking unhinged, ridiculous shit. Oh my God.
Or ROGD. Bad actors like Keffler and Lippman, who are perpetuating this moral panic, will tell you that the one reason children are taught about LGBTQ+ issues is that they're trying to recruit these children, trying to confuse them into becoming something that they are not, through exposure to possibilities that their parents would otherwise prevent them from knowing exist. And the reason they're trying to convert them is usually for a dark...
Emmy.
But the real reason why students are educated on LGBTQ plus issues requires much less faith in
Like, the idea of it is so ridiculous, right? Like, I can't speak to the trans experience. I can't do that. But I know a bunch of cool transgender people, yeah? And what I've heard from them is that unfortunately, due to the reinforcing of the cis heteropatriarchy on us, and that happens from a very, very early age, only boys kiss girls and you can only be a boy, you can't be a girl, etc., etc. And what that causes is like a lot of repressed, feelings and a lot of repressed emotions about who you actually are and your gender and stuff like that. And then what happens is when all that's been repressed and you hear actually that you can just be the gender that you want and that transgender people exist, all of a sudden it's something called your egg being cracked, right? And all those feelings fucking flood back. And then you are like, okay, I have to be the person that I am, right? That's what it is. And that's why they came up with this fucking absurd term, rapid onset gender dysphoria, because it completely denies the oppression that every transgender person feels for their entire fucking life, which is that, you're not allowed to be the person that you actually are, right? And so they call it rapid onset gender dysphoria, implying that like, oh, people are just normal, normal being cisgender, right? And then they hear about being trans and they go, oh my God, I'm trans. Like, no, fuck off. That's not what happens. That's just not what fucking happens. If I can understand that by just simply listening to trans people, right? Then you can too. It's easy, actually. What you do is you just listen to transgender people, right? And then you learn what actually happens. It's as easy as that, isn't it? Right, exactly. Yeah. People transition complexly, yeah, and it's not going to be the same for everybody, but yeah, rapid onset means over the 13 years starting puberty for me, right. It's almost like it got beat out of visibility. Right, exactly, yeah. That's the thing, innit? You know what I mean? Yeah, so there you go.
Conspiracy and a queer contagion. And maybe it's because I've lived through it, but the actual answer feels so blatantly obvious to me. It's an elephant in your sitting room. I've written about this multiple times now, so excuse the fact that I'm about to paraphrase myself. The reason why representation in media and in school curriculums is so important is because to grow up queer or trans without knowing what that means intensifies the isolation that comes with being marked. For my entire childhood, I thought I was the only person in the world who had the thoughts and feelings that I did.
Oh my God, it's happening again. They're talking about me, it's me, my bisexuality. Oh.
They call me gay, they call me a girl, they called me a faggot, and although I was never ashamed of who I was for a second, that fear and stigma and loneliness that comes from being totally alone and surrounded by hate, it was nearly terminal. For my entire childhood...
I've said this before, chat. I've literally said it before. I thought that I had like a brain disease because I was literally like, I knew I was attracted to women, but I couldn't stop watching gay porn. Right? And I just thought, I was like, I have a brain disease. Like, you can either be gay or straight. Because the only things that I knew existed were like gay or straight. I didn't know that you could be like a bisexual man. Right? I didn't know that you could do that. Because there was no representation. No one fucking told me. No one fucking told me that it's literally fine to like any gender. Like, nobody told me. It's just ridiculous. It's exactly how I thought about being trans. Yeah, it's so dry. Like, every single one of us has this like deep trauma from being told like, that we're, or like being forced to think that we are like insane for who we actually are. Do you know what I mean? I didn't know asexuality was a thing until I was 25. I thought it was broken. Right. It's just so ridiculous. Nobody told me you could have a boyfriend but also a girlfriend. Yeah, nobody said that. They didn't tell me I could have a they friend either or anything like that. It's just,
I felt like I was alone because I never saw myself reflected back at me. I wasn't like my family or my friends or my teachers. It wasn't like anything I'd seen before. If I could go back, I would tell myself that I didn't need
Yeah,
to be
you know
afraid.
this guy. Yeah, that's legit. Beanie Gaby, that's literally it. That's literally fucking it. It's like, oh, well, I am definitely straight. So let's just focus on that. And then keep the fact that I'm like, desperate to fuck a dude. Just completely, just repress that. Don't talk about it. Don't mention it to anyone. Years of being fucking terrified that my friends would go on my computer to play a game or something, and then find a Pornhub tab or something of just two dudes just going at it. You know what I mean? Years of being terrified that someone was gonna find me out, and and my parents definitely did, because I remember one time when I definitely left gay porn on the channel, the main Sky TV channel that had it at my dad's house, because my dad had Sky and all these different porn preview channels that you could check out. And then at Christmas they were singing a song about finding gay porn, and I was like, oh they know, great. I love that. Love that for me.
Exactly who I was, and have a life worth living and worth living for, that I didn't need to change for anyone. If I had had a teacher to tell me that.
Literally came downstairs to them singing a joke song about finding gay porn on their TV, and they clearly knew it was me. Obviously, who else is it going to be? It's not going to be them, is it?
I can't imagine how much easier my life
Love families, love them.
The reason we advocate for our visibility is that loneliness and shame that comes from being isolated and invisible, it's extremely damaging and painful. And yes, sometimes it's even deadly. A lot of us went through it alone because the truth was actively kept from us, intentionally. And we don't want anyone else to have to suffer needlessly the way that we did. I could go on, but I discussed this extensively in 2 other videos on this channel, Queer Rage and the Christian Right and Queer and Trans Joy, so if you want it, you got it. This is my anecdotal experience, of course.
Yeah, very, very fucked up behavior, Dave, yeah.
Research done on this issue. Study after study shows that...
They were singing, you know what they were singing? They were singing the song, who is it? I don't know who sings the song. When a child is born, is it Boney M or something? It's it was a Christmas tune. When a child is born, and they were saying when you find gay porn. Great, love that. Love that they were having a laugh about that.
LGBTQ+ students flourish when they feel represented, welcomed, and accepted at school and at home.
Is that a working class northern thing? I know my parents used to tell stories of them abusing the shit out of me as if they were funny anecdotes. Way into childhood. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. My gran, she's always having a laugh about, oh, do you remember when I gave you a clip round the ear roll? And my mum is like, oh, do you remember when I threw coat hangers at you? What? Yes, of course I remember that. It was horrific. It's quite hard to forget things like that, actually, Mother.
In comparison, in an exclusionary and hostile school environment, they experience physical abuse, verbal harassment, ostracism, and other forms of victimization.
Feeling unsafe and unsupported at school has significant consequences on LGBTQ students' mental well-being and academic outcomes. Due to a hostile school environment, LGBTQ students are more likely than their heterosexual...
Just don't call yourself a kiss mate and you'll be fine. I wanna just talk about that real quick. Right, because I've seen a lot of that going on this week, because apparently there was a person who was talking about having a mortgage and how having a mortgage is hard and stuff like that, and this, that, and the other, and apparently they called their partner a kiss mate, and everyone's taking the piss out of that. I think that's a bit fucked up. Just gonna say it. Just gonna fucking say it. I think that if you call your partner whatever you want, right? That it's not a horrible slur or something like that, or it's not something that's extremely demeaning or anything like that. I think that's fine. And I don't think that we get any further progress in the queer community by like having a go at people who are breaking down the ideas of like having a partner or a boyfriend or a girlfriend. I think if you want to call someone a fuck mate or like a kiss mate or like a fuck bro or even like a fuck pit or some shit like that, I think we should absolutely be like fine with that. Like, what are we as queers if we're like taking the piss out of people who are coming up with new ways to describe people who they love that, yes, as Lyra says, that aren't gendered. I think that the harassment that person has gotten recently has been actually atrocious. You know? I think it's been atrocious. Yeah, listen, I don't care. Like an adjunct of the military-industrial complex, and I don't know. I don't know anything about the abuse of the trans community. I don't know about that. But calling someone a kiss mate, right, is not, as far as I know, transphobic, and it's nothing to do with like being transphobic, as far as I know. So I think like taking the piss out of someone for being, you know, being in the military-industrial complex, right, and being an abuser, I think that's fine. But I think as soon as we start to extend that harassment about like, you know, having a mortgage and talking about how hard it is, like, because it is hard to have a mortgage, and it is also hard to sort of like, you know, come up with new names for your partners and stuff like that. You greatly dislike the term because you think it's dehumanizing. That's your opinion though, isn't it? And some people are not going to think it's dehumanizing, right? Clearly, Anna Mardol's partner is fine with the term kiss mate. Clearly, otherwise they wouldn't be like, you know, saying it. It's context dependent, isn't it? Right, absolutely. Do you know what I mean? Right, exactly. Lorelei there is saying that kiss Faye or kiss fam would be something that Faye would like. So we can't just, do you know what I mean? Like, I think it's fine to be like, Anna Mardol works in the military-industrial complex. She, sorry, I don't know Anna Mardol's pronouns, but Anna Mardol has been horrible to trans people. Fine, like, take the piss out of that person for that. Absolutely. But, like, why are we just attacking the breaking down of genders and the breaking down of gender terms? I think that is not like, right, he, him. Okay, so I just think that is not like a good reason to target him. Personally, right? Personally, I think that harassment is fucking horrible.
Peers to feel marginalized and to have low motivation for learning. LGBTQ students are at a higher risk of academic failure with alarmingly high dropout rates, which is associated with the chronic stress from verbal and physical victimization at school. Also, a higher proportion of LGBTQ youth who experience gender victimization report substance abuse, depression, anxiety, and suicidality.
When faced with this evidence, some inciters outright claim the science is a hoax. Or, the more reasonable ones may counter with the claim that these children are just too young in middle school to learn about the existence of LGBTQ+ people, that there's no possible way for that education to be necessary, no possible explanation that isn't a sinister attempt to corrupt their children. But the science and the data, as they often do, show a much simpler truth than these conspiracies, which is that those students, LGBTQ+ and gender nonconforming students...
Right, exactly, Echo Baz, right? Echo Baz saying, it's about context. My previous partner felt dehumanized by head pats and being called silly. My current partner loves that shit, right? So that's what we have to remember. If you don't like a specific term, you know, that isn't obviously widely used as a slur against you and shit like that, like it's just something that someone is doing and you wouldn't prefer to be called that, that's fine. But there's no need to project that onto someone else, you know, or other people who like that term, right? If it's not harmful, it's not harmful, and that's the end of it, isn't it?
Report that they face the harshest bullying, harassment, and assault in middle
like, you know, talking about dehumanizing and stuff like that, there are some people out there whose pronouns are it/its. Like, literally, their pronouns are it/its, right? You know, and some people choose to have those pronouns. They want to be referred to as that, like, you know?
Not high school. They report that despite this unsafe environment,
that would be dehumanizing to a lot of people. Hello, Hell to Pay. Good to see you.
Available to deal with the bullying than their high schools. And the high schools, they aren't that hot either. For the non-LGBTQ plus youth, learning about the diversity of society helps foster empathy and understanding with people unlike themselves, which also serves to prevent bullying and ostracization from occurring to begin with. These concerned parents have lobbied to get these policies protecting these students removed from their school districts. Sometimes they've even been successful. Thank Lucifer that pregnant 13-year-olds will no longer have to see a safe space sticker on the door of their homeroom class as they push desks up against it during an active shooter drill. And despite how loud the mob is, policies in public schools banning classroom discussion of queer and trans people are still deeply unpopular. Only 26% of people believe banning books with LGBTQ plus characters is right, and only 23% believe teachers should be fired for discussing queer and trans rights.
Right.
But still, schools fall short or enact these harmful anti-LGBT.
Exactly, right? You know, what we were talking about when Jibby Dibby and Dave were saying the other day, oh, I feel helpless, this is horrible and stuff. These people are a tiny fucking minority. They are.
LGBTQ plus policies, regardless of the consensus of the parents and student body. This is why
it's the systemic oppression is still there, 1,000%, right? 1,000%. But in terms of how many people actually think these things, it's not as many as they're making out at all.
Organizations such as the Trevor Project exist because there are children being abused, assaulted, and traumatized at school with no one to turn to.
Yeah,
for some,
shout
even
out to the
telling
Trevor
their
Project.
parents that they are being bullied for being gay or trans could lead to them being further abused or kicked out of the home. These lifelines, like the Trevor Project, seek to give advice to young people who do not have other support systems, which is why Libs of TikTok is so intent on and reprehensible for targeting them.
They are now teaching kids to hide information from their parents in an effort to create division and mistrust. This is what cults do. The Trevor Project is a grooming organization.
I love Marina so much.
Kids hiding
They're
information
literally
from
my
their parents
life.
all the time. Did you not have a diary with a little lock on it? You're probably too young for that. I had a little diary with a little lock on it. Jamie Michelle of Gays Against Groomers.
I had a diary with a lock on it.
To teach youth about the existence of LGBTQ plus people, saying,
like when I was growing up, there was nothing on TV. There was nothing in school. I didn't.
Right,
you know,
exactly,
I didn't know
Lyra,
I
yeah.
was gay until I was 20. I realized it at 20, and that's fine.
she also contradicts that seconds later.
You know, like I wish I would have known just a little earlier, so I would have saved some time, like, and not dated these guys that whatever.
Not only were most of us not fine dealing with the trauma formed by shame, confusion, and fear, it seems Jamie herself wasn't either. And that's because hiding the existence of LGBTQ people from children doesn't encourage healthy attitudes in youth. It prevents them. Children aren't completely unaware of stigmas just because their parents and the schools refuse to discuss what's been stigmatized. When something is shown to be too unseemly to discuss, people form feelings of shame around it. And when that is applied to topics like queerness, it leaves even less options for a child to report abuse, especially if a child is being abused by a member of the same sex. Those children may now feel that disclosing that abuse would leave them as...
Okay, so Prince Infidel said, I was told boys don't have diaries, so I couldn't get one. So funny story, and I did a TikTok about this actually last year, or the year before, I can't remember, because all this stuff about, like, you know, trans people are grooming kids to be trans and stuff like that. They're trying to force people to be trans and stuff like that, right? Like, I spoke about on my TikTok about how my actual fucking real life biological grandma desperately wanted me to be a girl. Like, so much. Like, she bought me Polly Pockets. Does anyone know what Polly Pockets are? Give us a 1 in chat if you know what a Polly Pocket is. She bought me Polly Pockets without my consent. I didn't want them, right? She bought me girls' clothes for my christening, right? She got me... Oh, Americans know what Polly Pockets are as well. Amazing. That's pretty good. I thought it was an English thing, actually. For my christening, she dressed me in a girl's christening dress and, like, made these little, like, booties with pink love hearts on and stuff like that. And she was, like, desperately, like, she, like, called me, like, sweetheart and darling. I know that there's kind of like a non-gender term for a kid, like sweetheart and darling and stuff like that. I'm not sure if she ever called me princess. I don't know. Maybe I've, like, blocked that out. But like, she's literally desperate for me to be a girl. So desperate for me to be a girl. And my dad wanted me to be a girl as well, but he didn't like, you know, get me any girls' toys or anything like that. But she was literally trying to trans me. She was literally trying to trans me. But like, look at me now. You know, I'm well aware that like you can just be a girl if you want, if that's who you are, and I have no desire to do that. So that's that. And it's like, you know, people just don't talk about these actual things that have like happened. Like these actual occurrences where people have actually been like, oh, I wanted a girl, so I'm going to try and make, you know, my grandson a girl. Like I'm going to give him girls' clothes and all this and blah, blah, blah. And then it just has no effect on you whatsoever because you just are the gender that you know you are, right? Right? Right, well, it's gonna be different for like actual trans girls, isn't it? Because like, you know, like Emmy's saying, like I never got Polly Pockets, but I played with them, and my grandma told me not to. Right, you know, yeah, you know that's the difference, isn't it? Right. That's so fucking weird. Amazing the blowback when the kid themselves want to choose how to be treated. Right, exactly. It's just so fucking, you know. So yeah, she also got me this like diary with a lock on it. Yeah. Yeah, we're all literally groomed into some kind of cisgender by society from birth. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Didn't get toys, had to climb trees. Hey, Dime, how's it going? Welcome in. Go follow Dime Package, everyone. He's a fucking legend. Anyway, let's crack on. Yeah, that's right, Cyberquaker. Yeah, back in the quote-unquote good old days, both boys and girls wore dresses. Yeah, absolutely. High heels, famously from men. Etc. Let's just that's going down so many avenues, so many. We could be here all night talking about that. We've only got half an hour left of the video. Let's crack on. Yeah, let's crack on.
Both their parents and
been still unlocked for hours.
Clearly believe to be inappropriate to discuss.
All right, Dave. Thank you so much for being here, mate.
About sex
Take it easy, yeah.
And the existence of LGBTQ+ people does not leave them open to abuse. It protects them from it. It is itself a shield, a safeguard against.
Oh no way, Lorelei. That sucks.
Once again, the world created by the policies these anti-LGBTQ+
That's true, Cyberquaker. Holy shit.
More children are abused, using drugs, and struggling with mental illness and suicide. Both at school due to their peers and at home due to their parents. And the LGBTQ+ students, they get the worst of it. And that's by design because this mob of twisted pseudo-moralists don't want there to be queer and trans students. They don't want there to be queer and trans people.
Right.
The intent in part is to make our existence feel so unsafe, so unbearable, so terrifying that maybe we think existing isn't worth it. And if they can, they'll try to convince others of that too. Convince them that the world would be a
shit, I just clicked on Dime Package's link. Oh my god.
Can we just start killing these people? Like,
though they don't always explicitly call for our eradication, as fascists often don't, everything they do is calculated and intentional. It follows the path carved into history by the moral panics before it, a path now well-worn and unmistakable to anyone who has seen it before. We know that protecting children is not their intent. No, what they want is to shape society, push LGBTQ+ people farther into the margins, into fear and shame, and they know exactly how to do it.
Oh, that's cute, Chloe.
With violence, with panic, chaos, and terror.
Yeah, stochastic terrorism.
Hey everyone, I'm Hoots Hootman. You may know me from my old syndicated television show, Folk Devils. Welcome back to my UVid channel series, Expedition Turf.
UVid?
Where I break down the tactics and objectives of extremist movements. In today's episode, we're going to talk about a term that you may have heard buzzing around social media. Stochastic terrorism. What is stochastic terrorism, and how do extremist movements utilize it?
I love how both hosts have a Baphomet picture. Baphomet? I don't know how you say it. Love how both hosts have a Baphomet picture in the background, or a Baphomet statue. Like, that's fucking perfect, isn't it?
Stochastic terrorism.
Love shit like that. I love
defined as
consistency
the
like that. It's great.
demonization of a person or group, resulting in the incitement of a violent act, which is statistically probable, but whose specifics cannot be predicted.
I agree, Dime, yes.
An act
I've got plenty of those.
terrorism is one in which a leader or an organization weaponizes rhetoric in the mass media against a particular group, intending to incite violence against that group. A stochastic terrorist is careful not to explicitly call for violence in order to maintain an air of deniability for the individual or group espousing the violent rhetoric. Hence the word stochastic, random. Any actual acts of harm or destruction need to appear random. The etymology of the term stems back to sometime in the early 2000s, but it really entered popular parlance in the early 2010s, when it was used to describe a recruiting tactic of the Islamic terrorist organization ISIS. Many Western far-right organizations and public figures have also been accused of stochastic terrorism. Dictionary.com
no way, birdie.
The term surged by 63,389% the day after the 2019 El Paso shooting, a white supremacist terror attack that is, to date, the deadliest attack against the Latinx community in the United States. The shooter left behind a manifesto with rhetoric that sounded strikingly similar to the rhetoric of US President Donald Trump. If hearing any of those names caused a knee-jerk response in you, like, hey, they didn't grab their guns and shoot people, they didn't intend to incite violence, maybe they didn't, and maybe they did. That's just the thing with stochastic terrorism. It's a rhetorical tactic meant to germinate acts of violence while still sowing just enough reasonable doubt that bad actors can continue inciting violence with relative impunity in a civil society. So, how can you recognize rhetoric intended to incite violence when you encounter it? Well, to start, the rhetoric will probably come from an influential figure. Stochastic terror can and often does come from organizations or groups.
Right, now what an important subject to talk about, where I've just had to time a member of chat out for an entire day and warn a couple of others, right? The sort of like, this is like, it's like, this is why it's so important to know this stuff, right? If I'm seen to have like people in my community who are being like violent and they're saying they want to do violence, even if it's like a joke, like I will get reported for trying to incite terrorism. Like, that's what will fucking happen. Like, that's, do you see? Like, I am said influential person. And it doesn't matter if I'm, like, actually trying to do that or not, right? Because you know what they're like with leftist people on Twitch. You know what they're like with leftist people on YouTube. They'll just fucking ban us for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So, that's why it's so important to remember this shit. And, Vordrella makes a great point. If you want to make up for the fact that I got very stressed about that earlier, you should give me money. Give me money right there, because Twitch is a terrible platform. It literally is, right? For the reason that I just said, and also because they don't listen to marginalized folks. They don't listen to marginalized creators. They don't protect us. They don't care about us. And they don't care about our safety. And that's why I'm asking you to sub off Twitch, donate via the Streamlabs link in the chat. And if you don't have any money, don't worry about it. That's completely understandable. Please consider retweeting the Go Live tweet, which I can grab for you in just like a second or some shit. Where is my Twitter? Where is it? I don't know where it is. Is that it? Yes, it is. I just clicked right off it. I just clicked right off it. That was bad. Here it is. There you go. Boom. There you go. Just retweet that. Retweet that, please.
Groups of people, but usually a celebrity or public personality will espouse the inflammatory rhetoric to their audience, who is already primed and easily goaded into action. Often, but not always, this audience may already have ties to a conspiracy movement or be vulnerable to conspiratorial rhetoric, as is the case with QAnon, or was the case with working class Germans after the Treaty of Versailles. The language the public personality uses against the outgroup will paint them as an immediate and dangerous threat in need of neutralizing. However, the rhetoric will always stop just shy of actually calling on violent direct acts to lend the personality and any affiliated groups or organizations plausible deniability. The people, goals, and details of various extremist movements may change over time, but by observing their tactics and
let's go, Hot for Laptop. Buzz in.
prevent our loved ones, our communities, and ourselves from falling prey to their dogma. Thanks for watching this installment of Expedition Terminus. This is Hoots Hootman, signing off.
Thank you, Hoots Hootsman.
At 7:45 p.m. on August 30th, 2022, staff at Boston's Children's Hospital answered a telephone call.
What's this? Oh my god, Smutty Puppy, I can thank you so much for the £10. The question mark meme has become a regular now in the chat.
The voice on the other end of the line had a message for them.
There is a bomb on the way to the hospital. You better evacuate everybody, you sickos.
I remember hearing about this. So fucked up.
To leave. I don't know what's going on, and I have a child that's in the NICU.
Parents like Patricia MacArthur worried while waiting outside.
It's supposed to be a heart. Oh, bless you.
Tuesday night, as police set up a perimeter following.
Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for spoiling the stream.
Threat follows a series of other threats made to the Children's Hospital 2 weeks ago, spurred by social media posts spreading misinformation, claiming the doctors were performing hysterectomies on children, a claim the hospital has repeatedly denied.
Like, there's gonna be fucking children in this hospital who are getting like heart surgery, like leukemia treatment, like fucking cancer treatment and shit. And these fuckos are like just out here being like, yeah, just bomb it. Just fucking bomb it. Because they're doing hysterectomies on children. But they're not. They're literally not. They're literally not.
The threat was one of over a
hysterectomy on children. Well, what do you even? They don't even. I feel like they literally don't even do that for adult trans men. I feel like they literally don't even do that for adult trans men. Like it's just not something that happens. Like, certainly not regularly. Certainly not like easily. You know what I mean?
Dozen made against Boston Children's Hospital in the weeks leading up to the call. During those 2 weeks, the hospital was subjected to a violent and persistent harassment campaign fueled by disinformation and lies. The main lie being that Boston Children's Hospital performed hysterectomies on minors as part of their gender clinic. Of course, this wasn't true, and weeks earlier, on August 16th, the hospital had made this known in a public statement.
Boston Children's Hospital has been the target of a large volume of hostile internet activity, phone calls, and harassing emails, including threats of violence toward our clinicians and staff. Based on the incorrect statement that Boston Children's performs hysterectomies on...
There you go. Not easily at all. And Finn says it took him 2 years to get his histo, following a referral. 2 years.
...in connection with transgender care. For a hysterectomy to be performed as part of gender-affirming care, Boston Children's requires a patient to be capable of consenting for themselves. Age 18 is used to reflect the standard age of majority for medical decision-making. Boston Children's does not and will not perform a hysterectomy as part of gender-affirming care on a patient under the age of 18.
That statement should have been the end of it, but calmly stating the truth isn't going to stem the flow of hate from a frenzied mob, especially given the fact that the people who spread this misinformation have a clear goal: to incite harassment, incite panic. And that's exactly what they did.
Butchers, demonic, evil people, angel of death.
Disgusting. Prepubescent children are being castrated and sterilized.
No, they're not.
This is happening in every state.
No, it's not.
And in hundreds of hospitals and other establishments across the entire country.
In these United States and around the world.
No matter what the law says, your duty, your moral duty, is to defend your children. This is an attack on your children, and you should fight back.
There is a bomb on the way to the hospital. You better evacuate everybody, you sickos.
With doctors and hospital staff now being publicly marked as pedophiles and groomers, the inevitable occurred. There began to be calls for action to be taken against them.
They should rename to Boston Satanic Hospital. Demons like this don't
And while many of the sites that host these comments
Talk about Pat
message
Potato.
boards,
That's so fucked,
Twitter
Lorelai.
has left up accounts inspiring the attacks, despite its employees voicing concerns in internal Slack channels that it's only a matter of time before the posts lead to someone getting killed. But the same people who made these false claims,
right, exactly, Chloe,
accusations not only denied any culpability, but claimed the threats made against the hospital were nothing but a false flag created to target them.
It is probably a left-wing person trying to get me suspended.
I was immediately skeptical about the bomb threat claim. No critic of gender ideology gains anything or has any incentive to make a threat. The left does gain and does have incentive. The fact that they are being vague and evasive about this threat only increases my skepticism.
They threaten themselves. It's a false flag. Whether it's the Boston Children's Hospital or whether it's the FBI, it's them doing it to themselves so they can cry victim in their time of exposure.
But once again, their assertions were shown to be part of a campaign of misinformation, as investigators had already obtained warrants and tracked the call to a T-Mobile phone owned by the suspect Catherine Levy of Westfield, Massachusetts. On September 15th, it was reported that the FBI had arrested Catherine in connection with the bomb threat against Boston Children's Hospital.
And you see this, you can see how this like feeds into the election rhetoric of Republicans as well. They're like, oh, the woke agenda of the Democrats because the FBI is arresting people who made actual bomb threats to a hospital. You know? I too also ignore the long history of right-wingers bombing abortion clinics for over 40 years. Right, exactly. Same shit they claim with Charlottesville. Yeah, where literally Heather Heyer died.
Investigators say she has admitted to making a threat about a bomb that did not exist and continue to express disapproval of the hospital multiple times during her interview with federal agents. Reports say that she is a frequent donor to the Trump and MAGA campaigns, with
no way. I wouldn't have made that connection, you know, chat.
237 contributions totaling in thousands of dollars. At a conference, FBI Boston Special Agent in Charge Joseph Bonavolanta said that
in recent months, Boston Children's Hospital has been the subject of sustained harassment related to the airing of grievances pertaining to services they provide to gender diverse and transgender individuals and their families. Specifically, the hospital has received dozens of hoax threats, including harassing phone calls and emails, individual death threats, and threats of mass casualty attacks. Real victims in this case are the hospital's patients, children with rare diseases, complex conditions, and those seeking emergency care who had to...
And this chat is kind of like how we can be certain that most quote-unquote normal people, even if they're like, you know, generally apolitical, even some conservatives will look at this and be like, yeah, this is not... It's not good, this shit. Do you know what I mean? It's not ideal. They won't be inspired to fight against it, don't get me wrong. But that's why those of us who can fight against it, those of us who do have the energy to fight against it and organize against stuff like this, should be doing that, right? At least create propaganda against this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Right, yeah, imagine a kid that needs dialysis, right? Not even that, just imagine like there are literal like kids in these hospitals that just have terminal diseases and they're just getting like, maybe they wouldn't be in Boston's Children's Hospital, but they would be in like a hospice or something somewhere else, but there would be like kids with terminal diseases that come in and they know that they're going to die anyway, and you know what I mean? It's just like, oh, fucking hell, man, I just can't even like, yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked.
Divert to other hospitals because of these hoax threats. Threatening the life of anyone who seeks any type of health service is a heinous act and will not be tolerated.
And it's true. The people harmed the most by these attacks are the vulnerable, sick children who need the hospital's attention.
Right, exactly, Birdie, yeah.
And when hospital staff are scared, distracted, and threatened with violence, that care becomes difficult to give.
All right, Emmy, thank you for being here.
The disruption
See you later,
someone
love.
calling in a bomb threat during a surgery could cause. But as always, the people inciting a panic that they claim is in service of protecting children end up harming them, terrifying them, and traumatizing them. And unfortunately, that bomb threat would not be the only one the hospital would receive, nor was Boston Children's Hospital the only hospital targeted. While her account was suspended by Twitter, Chaya Raichik stated elsewhere that when Twitter restored her account, she would target dozens more hospitals. And it looks like she's trying to make good on her promise. If you were to ask people in the mob, the ones carrying out the actual campaign against these hospitals, why? Like, why would doctors be mutilating children for no reason? The big pharma just wants money response seems to be the most common. But also, there's this.
Stanford University. Harvesting blood and organs of children could help achieve immortality.
Seems legit. I have no
Sophie,
questions. I love that the doctor accepts the cash with the organ just sitting in his palm in the open air. It's giving malpractice. Chaya Raichik, Matt Walsh, Jamie Michelle, Tucker Carlson, as well as others, continued to direct the panic to other hospitals, as they had done before to schools, libraries, and gay bars.
And you've got to remember, chat, like this whole, like, you know, harvesting kids' organs and stuff like that, and like, you know, adrenochrome, all this feeds into those same anti-Semitic conspiracy theories like lizard people, you know, the secret cabal, George Soros. It all comes back to the same shit. You know, it all comes back to the same shit.
Daily, they manufacture.
Echo Bass just like, so cool how Sophie does a cameo in almost every video. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, when djmuel does it, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Yeah, when djmuel does it, I don't even want to mention it. You know, no one even noticed my cameo. No one even noticed it. I didn't say anything about it because I don't care. I do this because I love, you know, I love Kaylin. I love their videos and all that, you know. No one cares when I do it, do they? Everyone's just like, oh, there's djmuel. He's everywhere. What a fucking nuisance. I'm sick of him. I'm fucking sick of him. Stupid cunt. Stupid bald ass with a beard. That's all I know him for because that's all I say when I'm in his chat. You know. I'm joking. Listen, I don't care. I genuinely don't. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not bothered. Not bothered. Not a real DJ. He's fake DJ. Made it up. He's never DJ'd in his life.
Rage and fear in their followers and then feed them fresh targets haphazardly. A new evil to be the focus of their followers' demonstrable and inevitable violence. And while institutions like schools or hospitals may have the funds to hire lawyers, security, and people to handle the negative press, the modern day Anita Bryant
being sarcastic.
Targeting institutions. They're marking individuals, and like during the satanic panic of the 80s, these targets are usually citizens serving their communities in proximity to children. And like the Johns Committee before them, they target teachers and educators in an attempt to ruin their lives and livelihoods. One such teacher, who will not be named in this video, has told her story on Twitter, saying,
I came out to my school community last February. That was obviously nervous-making, and friends were checking in on me, so I posted this on social media. To all the lovely people asking, today went pretty well. My school was really supportive, and a lot of the students are as well. And we got to buckle down and start studying history, World War I, and, in AP, the political theories of the mid-1800s. Fun stuff.
It wasn't until mid-May that the teacher was informed that that post was being widely circulated. To be clear, all the teacher did was come out. There were no lesson plans linked, no sex ed discussed. The smoking gun was simply being out of the closet, and with that, she become marked. Due to this fact and only this fact.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much for modding. Appreciate you.
Disgusting groomer. You're a man who's a groomer that needs to leave your students alone.
Monster! Your children are at extreme risk.
And I bet he wouldn't be out of place on a sex offenders register.
Only evil people support this, child groomer.
These schools need to stop hiring these groomers. It's out of control. Sick of my tax dollars paying these salaries.
Why are you coming out to kids, groomer?
And then the same thing.
Loads of us in that one. Loads of us.
Now that people had decided that the teacher was a groomer, calls to action were being made. Threats were being made.
You should be in jail. Why couldn't the Buffalo grocery store gunman take his frustrations out on people like this?
Can we just start killing these people? Like, just straight up emptying their skulls as soon as you see them? Surely there's not enough left-wing pedo-enabler cops to arrest us all.
The threats were largely...
All right, end the pig. See you later.
The teacher, but that doesn't mean this group...
Oh, who was that? Who was that? Vordrella, literally the only one. Literally the only one in chat. Literally the only one who fucking even remotely recognized me doing a funny little voice. Literally the only one. The only true fan in the chat. Can't believe it. Everybody else, fake fans. Fucking hell. Half a laptop did. All right, okay. No, listen, I don't care. I'm joking.
To be protecting the kids drew a line in the sand there. Threats on the students were also made.
Listen, it's because I'm saying something absolutely horrific. Do you know what I mean? It's because like that, like I tried to make it as funny as I could. I literally tried to make it as funny as I could.
Grocery store gunman take his frustrations out on people like this.
You know, like, no one wants to hear me say that. No one should be proud of me saying that. You know what I mean? I tried to make it sound like a stupid idiot, British person, like, whatever. But that is a legit thing that someone said, and it's fucking disgusting, right? It's horrible. Grade 8 acting. Thank you, Rio Bop. Thank you. Thank you. Look at that. Another real fan. Rebel Firestorm. I'm playing Final Fantasy. That's no excuse. When you're playing my stream, when you're watching my stream, I can't have you playing games or anything. Listen, this isn't like a stream where you can't pay attention, right? It's not like whatever, you don't just like you can just do whatever in the background. You can do your laundry, you could go to the gym, things like that. This isn't like a Sophie from Mars stream where you could just do whatever you want and then listen to her in the background. Don't listen to me in the background. You need to be looking at me, my face, the entire... There'll be a quiz later, that's right. There'll be a quiz... No, I don't care. You've got ADHD. Not bothered. So have I. Suck it up, right? Suck it up. Get some modafinil off the internet, if you can, if it's legal, right? No, we all pay attention to Sophie. Right, well, that just goes to show that you're capable, doesn't it? Gonna clock out of work real quick. Yes, you better have, hadn't you? Yes.
As soon as you see them, surely...
Oh, look at that. That's what I want to see.
Can I buy real fan status instead?
Yes, you can. £30. That will make me stop complaining. That will stop me from attacking chat in a joking fashion. Thank you so much, Hell to Pay, for the £30. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the big dono. Thank you for supporting the stream, and thank you for subbing off Twitch. All right. Hell to Pay confirmed for True Fan. That's all you need to do. For True Fan status, just donate £30. Or maybe more. Probably more now. Hell to Pay set the bar at a very low place for most people, isn't it? Actually, chat, I'm absolutely fucking busting. I'm going to go for a wee real quick. Since everybody's so concerned about my toilet functions, I suggest you all get up and do the same. Or not, if you don't need to, don't force it. I don't know what happens if you force out a wee that isn't there. Maybe your genitals go inside out, and that's not good for anyone, is it? So don't do that. But, now you can all enjoy the chair, can't you? Because obviously you all much prefer looking at the chair than me. What the fuck is this? Whatever, just have the chair and some music, I guess. Everyone can just enjoy that. There you go. Give you what you want. Live, laugh, lol. What's going on with the wholesome chat moment? What happened? Spontaneous genital combustion. It's a nice chair. It's not our fault. Yeah, it is. It's true. Toku says, have you seen Spaceballs? The end of that movie is what happens when you force a we. That's an excellent first time chat message, Toku. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Hope you're having a great day. I've not seen Spaceballs in years, and whenever I've watched it, I've been stoned out of my fucking mind. So yeah, I can't remember the end of Spaceballs, but we'll have a look at that maybe later. Yeah, you get music as well. Chair stream, finally something you can focus on. Exactly. Chair has their own charm. It's true. Chair does have their own charm, yes. Finally, djmuel does something good for us. Everyone loves it. Oh, hell yeah, Chair. That was well funny. Everybody loves Chair. I'll just do a full Chair stream one day. What a lovely respite from the Hellscape content. Blue fella getting in on the action. The blue fella's there in the back as well, hanging out. Hey guys, would it be funny if we just flooded the chat with kind messages for Muel? It probably would be. Almost Elise says, I love the way DJ Muel. We love you, Muel. I do love Muel. He's my favorite streamer, honestly. Oh, stop it. Muel is so cool and based. He does lots of good things for people. It's very rad. Oh, shut up. Muel, come back. I didn't mean what I said. No, it's fine. So kind and supportive to everyone here. When I need to feel hopeful, I come and listen to Muel. Oh, nah, stop it. I like when DJ Muel comes back. It's like another hello. I can't even pretend to be mad at you anymore. I can't even do that bit anymore because this is just too nice. Always doing so much work to keep us safe and secure. I do my best. Muel is good. Community is good. Y'all are the goodest. Safest and kindest space on Twitch that I know. Shout out to Microphone. Really carries the whole stream. Unironically true though. As people will tell you, one of the biggest sort of like things that you could do as a streamer is have a good mic. Because lots of people are sort of affected by audio and like hearing stuff. So if you have a good mic, it can be the difference between like, you know, having a good stream and a bad one kind of thing. A kind space where us leftoids can just chill, laugh and learn together. It's gorgeous. I love that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We are sometimes naughty and I appreciate that Muel has a lot of patience with us. Not all of you, stop it. We'll live, laugh, loving so hard right now. Also love all of you little lovely little lefties and queers. Oh. Everyone have a little stretch. Most of us are sitting like a goddamn croissant. My legs are literally like a croissant. Yeah. I'm in the wrong stream dime. It's all wrong. It's wrong. It's like I've crossed into a different reality. What's happening? Welcome back, Muel. How was your phone call? Very productive. Thank you. That's the right way to welcome me back to the stream. Yes. Sounds like a great way to watch Spaceballs. Yep. If it's legal. Watched it recently. It's free on YouTube. Wait, what? Is it? That doesn't sound legal. I haven't seen Spaceballs since you were young. Especially the VHS scene. You know, you've just reminded me there that I'm absolutely desperate to get my hands on a CRT TV with like a VCR in it. Because I just want to find like VHSs and watch them. And I think that would be a really funny stream if I just like have like a VHS, a VCR recorder and just like sit there kind of like with my back to stream a little bit. So like when I'm talking to you, I'm like turning around like this. And the camera sees like a TV that's facing you as well. Sort of like this scene here. Like I need to fix that scene really. That would be a really, really good be right back screen, wouldn't it? Just to have that. with like some old ads and stuff on the stream. Full-length chair stream next April. Chair VTuber model. Yeah, just have a chair VTuber model even though I've actually got a chair. Not everything has to be a VTuber, you fucking Zoomers. Zoomers love the VTubers, don't they? Everything has to be a VTuber. Sean is a hot dog. And there's another person that's like a bear or something. Muel's a goddamn bicon. Stop it. Stop it, Finn. It's not fair. Hey, welcome back, Shafiq. How you doing? There are no good mics. Michael Brooks was good. I'll have you know. All right, Finn. Thank you so much for being here, lovely. Really appreciate you, mate. Take it easy. Hope you had a good workout. Hope you had a good hangout. I love how much DJ constantly has to correct me, but I know that I can ignore my paranoia, and I like talk. I do like talking to you, Echo Baz. I think you say some very funny things. So, a little bit of a sneak preview is something that I'm planning. As a lot of you might know, I love Germa. I think Germa is one of the best streamers in the entire world. I'm a little bit obsessed with Germa. Germa does this thing every year where he has like an awards ceremony on New Year's Eve. And I'm not planning on going out on New Year's Eve. I've not been out partying in ages because of COVID and stuff. So I'm absolutely going to be streaming on New Year's Eve. If a little bit early, I might be going to like a house party where there's like a few people or something versus like a huge party where there's loads of people and stuff like that, right? But I'll definitely be streaming. And we'll have like an awards ceremony like Germa does of like the best actual moments of the stream. And one of those moments, Echo Baz, is you the other day when you told us what your favorite porn was, what your favorite video game based porn was. That's going to be one of the moments that people can vote for on what the best bit of the stream is. Some of the best funny moments of the stream. Like, I think yours is going to be part of a collection that I call Funny Cursed Chat Moments. And everyone's going to be able to vote on that. And that's going to be very funny. So there you go. But I do genuinely value you as a chatter. I do, yeah. Wait, what do you mean? There goes the audio. What happened? How can we forget the Goblin Light in the background doing so much legwork in the stream? That's true. Goblin Light, Goblin Aura in the back there. The sound cutting out is jarring. What happened? What happened? What happened? Is it still happening? Oh, yeah. With the be right back screen. That's what you're on about. Yeah. Sorry. I apologize. There's no fade in for that. Yeah. It does because there's no audio. Yeah, there's no audio on that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I shat myself a little bit then. Michaels don't count. Only mics. Okay. All right. Haven't been out on New Year's for 10 years. I go to sleep at 9. Yeah. Enemies full of cunts at Hogmanay. Yeah. Same with Manchester, you know? Spotlight on chat. Yeah. You do make me laugh, Echo Baz. Yeah, you say some very funny things. A New Year's Eve stream will just remind me that you're in the future. I am. I'm in the future. That's right. I'll be in the future for everybody. We'll all be celebrating it here. It'll be like that horrible place at like Disneyland or something where they celebrate. They do New Year's Eve like every 30 minutes or something. Oh, it wasn't there a club that did that in New York or something? I didn't say it was my favorite porn. I said it's the best 3D porn movie I've ever seen. Okay, well, thank you for correcting me. New Year's Eve programs are very boring. Yes, they are. Yes, I agree. New Year's Eve is usually amateur hour here. Prefer a night in with friends. Yep, me too. People come from all over the world for the street party here. Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much. Epcot, is that what it is? I've been there once because my sister worked at Disney World for a year. Yeah, I hate that shit so much. So bad. Nope for me, because dictatorship era time zone. Wait, what do you mean, Pat Potato? Right, I've caught up with chat now. Everyone was being very nice. Appreciate you. It's very, very sweet of you to say those sweet things about me. It's very nice. Appreciate that a lot. Right. It's time to get back to the video. We're in this. We're in this. Let's get it done.
Left-wing pedo-enabler cops to arrest us all.
The threats were largely
that was Adnan, by the way,
towards the teacher, but that doesn't mean this group, purported to be protecting the kids, drew a line in the sand there. Threats on the students were also made.
This makes me think that school shootings are justified. Use your Second Amendment wisely, Americans.
I'm up the school.
The teacher obviously had to discuss these threats with the school and then the police, but the post wasn't done picking up steam. A few days later, an OAN editorialist shared...
Yeah, I think Kaylin literally gave like some of the worst line reads to cis people, and that... Well, I don't think Adnan... Wait, hang on a second. I might be wrong about Adnan there, but yeah. But like, well, maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Instagram version.
But like, I definitely had some of the worst fucking line reads. It was so bad.
Of the Libs of TikTok post. In the comments on that post, threats continued.
Why does he look so punchable? Like, I would seriously just enjoy punching repeatedly, even after my knuckles were raw and bloody and swollen.
And then in that comment section, both the school's name and the teacher's name were released as part of a dox. And the threats of violence started to be sent to her directly.
It's about time your mentally ill ass got called out, you fucking pedophile. Count your motherfucking days, because we're all coming for you. You can block us all you want on Facebook. We've already posted it and your name everywhere. So watch your motherfucking back, bitch. Oh, and you're a man. With a dick and balls, you will never be a female. Your pronouns are pedophile, dead, and I feel sorry for your fucking wife and kids. CPS is
so fucked.
The teacher said on Twitter that there were several of these messages that had to be reported to police and authorities. Still, she says that she was one of the lucky ones.
All of this was, of course, intense for me and my family. Our church was praying, friends pitched in to get us a serious security system, and honestly, I'm one of the lucky ones among those targeted by this account. After a few weeks, it died down, the internet moved on, and that is how stochastic terrorism works. Libs of TikTok didn't say anything more than a rude comment, but she didn't have to because she knew her followers would show up with the violence and hate without her having to call for it out loud. They know it and they don't stop.
Of course, Libs of TikTok and the people who amplified the post don't claim to be responsible for the actions of the people they share these targets with. When asked, they will, of course, protect themselves by saying they don't approve of the threats and violence most of the time. This is exactly how the incitement of stochastic terrorism works. But how many times...
No, yeah, Adnan is cis. Yeah, sorry, I was like, wait, did I hear something the other day? But no, he is cis.
That you couldn't predict the outpouring of violence. Let's give them the actual complete benefit of the doubt and say that they never truly thought the people they fed to their followers could possibly face threats of violence due to those posts.
Yeah, it is Adnan, yeah.
Even starting from that assumption, after the first bout of threats on a target, they can no longer claim to be ignorant of the...
He did get the raw end of the deal right there, yeah, having to say like the worst shit.
Possibility of violence and threats. After the second bout, they can no longer claim it's even unlikely. But by the third, they're intentionally and with premeditation putting a target on someone's back. And we're well...
Yeah, Adnan's a good guy, yo. Adnan's a good guy. Go fucking follow him, everybody. Like a really lovely ally. Just like a wonderful dude. Go show him some love.
And bomb threats at a children's hospital won't stop them. What will? If people threatening to shoot up a school to kill a teacher because they're queer, if this isn't enough, what is? Will it be enough when next time one of their followers carries through on those threats? I doubt even that would stop this because it'll never be too much of violence if that very violence is their end game. And as we speak, violence and threats against the community are rising. People like Blair White and Jamie Michelle will blame the LGBTQ+ community for that growing hatred, fear, and disgust of us. But only in moments where the mask slips do they acknowledge that they themselves are the origin of this wave of LGBTQ+ sentiment.
But I think that they're just so loud. They're all you see coming out of it is because people are exposing it, but also because it's being pushed by all these other institutions.
But whether or not the good gays and lesbians are getting caught in the crossfire or
I'm sorry, I'm just so distracted by something on fucking Twitter. Like, I'm so distracted. Like, I think this is like the same person from before. But like, what is happening? Like, someone is like, what is going on? Like some mad individual on Twitter is like, he's not even following me, but has like an Israeli flag in their profile, like Ukraine flag in bio moment, and they've tagged me with Keffels and like Gremlo, whoever that is, and Hassan. I don't know who any of these people are. The Nation, Katrina Nation, the Jacobin magazine. Dr. Jill Stein, like Democratic Socialist, saying, is Bao's Che your source? Like, what are you talking about? What are you on about? What's going on? What is this? What's going on? I don't even remotely know what you're on about. Russian official Dmitry Polyandry shared an image of a soldier with a Nazi symbol, not realizing that his unit name, Format 18, was clearly visible. Format 18 are Russian trash. What is happening? I don't understand what you're on about. It's got to be the same chat because it's completely unhinged. Like, they're trying to make out that I'm like, you know, I'm one of these guys, you know? Trying to make out that I'm one of these guys that says like, oh yeah, there's no Nazis in Ukraine. Like, yeah, I know there are Nazis in Ukraine, you fucking idiot. Of course I know. There are also Nazis in Russia. There are fucking Nazis everywhere, you stupid fucking cunt. Like, what the fuck is this? Get blocked, you absolute menace. What the fuck? I was just so distracted by that. I was like, what the fuck is happening? There's Nazis in England, there's Nazis in the United States. Like, what the fuck you want about? What is happening?
Actually intended to be targets makes no difference to those who were targeted. This year, a man entered a gay bar with a gas canister filled with kerosene and set the bar.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh god.
More recently, during Pride, 4 homes in Baltimore were burned for displaying pride flags. Arsonist attacks.
Hey, Mouselander, what's going on?
People are not new. In 1972, an arsonist attacked a black gay club in New Orleans, killing 32 people. An LGBTQ+ senior housing project was targeted as well.
Oh my
Signs
god.
announcing the development were vandalized, messages scrawled on each
Oh, I know, Lorelai, yeah.
We will burn this. Die slowly. The fact will die by fire.
Ethan Schmidt-Crockett declared in a video posted to
All right, Lyra,
Patriot
thank you
Take
so
on
much for
Twitter.
being here.
We need to quarantine and isolate all the folks of the LGBT community. We need to find all of them. We need to hunt them down and put them into isolation camps for their own protection.
Callie Needert.
What a normal thing to do is fucking like loser with the drug dealer, 14-year-old drug dealer mustache from high school, just being like, yeah, we gotta put him in quarantine, separate him, get him out, put him in camps. Like, yeah, dude, I'm terrified of you with your fucking gamer setup in the background. Yes.
Who is frequently seen at rallies protesting LGBTQ+ events, said,
"Let's start rounding up people who participate in pride events."
David Riaboy called for the death penalty for doctors providing care to trans youth.
To be honest, this is death penalty stuff, but we can start with calling it a felony.
No one should put up with this. No parent should put up with this for 1 second, no matter what the law says.
When faced with the reality of how insidious these bad actors are, how easily they spread misinformation that leads to hatred and violence, it can be easy to give in to despair. It's like standing on the shore watching the ocean receding, knowing it's a sign of the coming tsunami, and it feels like the smart thing, the safe thing to do is simply to run and hide, but that is exactly what they want, to use unrelenting and indiscriminate force to push us back to before we were allowed a voice.
Right.
But the power of the insiders, the accusers, relies on the willingness.
All right, hell to pay. Yeah, that's right. No longer a real fan. See you later, though. Have a good meeting.
And that willingness relies on those people not just being fed misinformation, but believing it. And as we've discussed, when someone is seen as marked, the willingness to believe accusations against them is heightened. When someone is disgusted by someone, they're more likely to see them as more guilty.
Right.
And that's where we come in. Because while we cannot beat back the mob, cannot stop bad actors from inciting moral panics, we aren't powerless. We can work to create the kind of environment where these conspiracies are not so easily believed. And I believe everyone can help, can work to combat this moral panic by doing 3 things. The first step is combating it in ourselves, to examine who we see as marked, who stands out to us simply by being visibly themselves, to think about the ways that that affects our perceptions of them.
Right? We've spoken about that a little bit in chat today, haven't we? We've spoken about how getting mad at certain people's ideas of breaking down gendered terms is not productive. We've spoken about how we need to be very aware of the wedges that they are driving in our community, particularly trying to turn people against lesbians, like giving us the false idea that lots of TERFs are lesbians. They're not. The overwhelming majority of lesbians support trans people. It's just a fact, right? And that is what it is. We have to cut. This is why I've been on that shit. Right? This is why I've been on that shit. Pretty much all over the last 2 years. Pretty much over the last 2 years. This is why I've literally just been like, no, sorry, I don't give a fuck if someone is a piece of shit for whatever reasons. I don't care. You don't attack them because of who they are or because of their, any kind of perceived sort of like, I don't want to be called that, so they shouldn't call anyone else that. Like, it's bollocks. That's fucking bollocks. You need to check yourself. We all need to be checking ourselves all the time. If something disgusts us, we need to go, why does that disgust me? Right? We can't immediately be entrenched and entombed in reactionary thinking. We can't. We have to transcend that. Have to transcend it because it's how they get to us. They get to your mind first, right? And they're desperate to drive wedges in the queer community because that's what they want. When we're separated, when we're on our own, when we're divided, that's when we're weak. And that's when we will do things like go back into the closet. That's when we will stop being as proud as we are to be who we are. That's when we will start to side with people or make excuses for them and stuff like that. And we can't let that happen. Just can't do it. As someone who uses it and neo-pronouns it's upsetting seeing people in the queer community invalidate my pronouns. At what point? Do you know what I mean? Does anyone have the right to invalidate anyone else's pronouns? Like, at what point is that acceptable? It's not, is it? Do you know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, you could literally have the pronouns like, F slur and whatever. Like, if you're a trans woman, for example, you could have like F slur and D slur. Do you know what I mean? Like, whatever. Like, well, it's up to you, isn't it? Because it's like slurs that oppress you, right? It's gatekeeping fuckery. We need to like really get out of that. Like, we need to stop this sort of like bizarre gatekeeping of like, oh, well, you can't say that because I think, like, yeah, sure. Like, listen, like, it's bizarre. Someone saying like, oh, I think that this is dehumanizing, right? Do you know what's dehumanizing to me? When people refer to me as they/them, right? I don't like people saying they/them to me because it's sort of like, to me, it feels the same as being called she, her. Right, my pronouns are he, him, and I'm just a cis guy, right? And when someone calls me they, them, It's not like that someone being called they, them would be inhuman. It's that, like, you're not seeing me as a person. You're not respecting my pronouns, innit? Right? That's dehumanizing to me. And of course, being called something that you don't want to be called is dehumanizing to you. Right? Of course. You're not gonna like that. But that doesn't mean that you can invalidate them for using it to refer to themselves. You know, we have to think about harm, and we have to think about, you know, we have to think about, like, you know, how much harm is actually going on, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, when people sort of do this stuff. I prefer no pronouns. I have a name. Right, exactly, yeah. Do you know what I mean? If you want to be referred to as just your name, that's entirely up to you. And, like, no one should invalidate that, right? No one should invalidate that. I see that on Twitter a lot when queer person disagrees with another queer person. It always makes me mad. Right. And it should make you mad. Because it's like, what right do we have? Like, I feel like people who do this have, like, never been to a Pride event before in real life. Because you would be surprised at some of the stuff that people, like, say about themselves and say about, like, their gender and, like, all this kind of stuff. Like, you know... I just, you know, we have to really get out of this, like, extremely, it is just like a black and white thinking, very online mentality of, like, oh, well, someone said this, so they mean this, right? And, like, oh, someone's a piece of shit, so I'm going to now invalidate their gender, or I'm going to invalidate their transness, or I'm going to invalidate their bisexuality. Like, you know, like, imagine if every single time you had a bad experience with someone of a certain identity, like, you know, you were just, like, bigoted towards that identity, right? Do you know, like, you know, do you know how many trans people I've had, like, a bad experience dating with? Yet here I am being, you know, as supportive as I can be to the trans community. Do you know what I mean? It's like you know, it's not how life works. It doesn't work like that. Like, just because you have, like, a bad experience with someone, or you don't like what someone said, or whatever, like, you know, it's whatever. Right, exactly. Like, some non-binary people are fine to be called princess. Like, you know, it's like, you just have to listen and respect people and understand that that's their shit, and sort of weigh up how much harm is being done by someone if they're doing a certain thing, right? It is Puritan culture. Thank you. That's right. And that's why I always talk about that, about the white, settler, Western, Protestant, puritanical culture that everybody falls into all the time. Like, leftists do it all the time. They're like, no, you have to be this. You have to be that. You have to be this. You have to be that. See it all the time with stuff like communists versus anarchists. And it's like, you're talking about wars that happened 100 years ago. Do you know what I mean? It's nonsense to sort of say that that's got any bearing on reality nowadays. Oh, I don't support the state of Vietnam because they're not a pure anarchist communist society. Find me one. Right, you got the Zapatistas, you've got the ZAD, you've got the Rojava. Right, yeah, and most Marxist-Leninists support those people. So what are you on about? You know, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, just get out of this rigid thinking of, like, everything is either this or this. There's more than two options. There's more than two answers. There's more than two genders. There's more than two anything. Like, life is not fucking binary, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Putting people into little boxes, like, with files and indelible ink. Yeah, eternal and unchanging. Like, it's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. That's not the human experience. It simply isn't. You know?
So we can see the stigmas we assign to them. None of us are free from the influence of social stigmas and stereotypes. It is not a failure of morality to have this idea of predatory queer people in your head. You didn't come to the conclusion because you're a bad person. You didn't come to that conclusion at all. It's a stigma that's been intentionally fabricated and spread throughout history.
Right.
We need to make peace with that and address it head on. We need to take notice before we can take action. Mm-hmm. This is the first step because doing this work ourselves makes it easier to relate to other people who maybe aren't as far along in that work as we may be. And it allows us to describe the processes and frameworks that worked for us. A potential framework for rethinking how we see the claims made about the community could be as simple as asking yourself, Does the claim I'm hearing rely on the implication that simply being openly LGBTQ+ is an inherently sexual act? If the answer is yes, you're able to quickly slice to the crux of where this misinformation stems from, and then you're able to easily point that out to those around you who may be sharing these claims as sincerely held beliefs. Which brings us to the second step, solidarity and combating the panic in society.
Yeah, same, Shafiq. This is
best done by fostering a safe environment to have these conversations with the people in your life. It's important to discuss how you personally dealt with your own internalized homophobia and transphobia, with unlearning to see people as marked, with deconstructing stereotypes and stigmas. Being open to frankly talking about this.
Yeah, it's like one thing that I've heard from some people is that like they really don't like a specific type of trans woman that is like hyper feminine, right? And I think that is so bad. I think that is so fucked up because it's like, why? Like, if they want to be this like hyper exaggerated version of femininity that, like, let's face it, is like put on everybody. Like every single woman in the world is like expected to be this unrealistic, you know, idea of femininity and you know, overtly sexualized and stuff like that. Then why are we like gatekeeping people from like, you know, actually like being that? Do you know what I mean? Just like being that. If that's what makes them comfortable, if that's what they want to do, if that's what they want to do to sort of like, you know, combat the idea and the restrictions of gender and shit like that, that is like entirely up to them. You know, it's whatever. Like, I just think it's just so fucked, isn't it? That like people just very, very easily just get drawn back into their boxes without even thinking about it. And it's like, oi, you've got to like actually just let people do what they do. Is it harming anybody? No. Right? Is it hurting your feelings? Yeah, a little bit. All right, well, that's something you've got to pass, isn't it? That's something you've got to deal with. It if it's hurting your feelings a bit, but they're not actually doing any harm. They're not actually like hurting everybody in general, right? That's it, right? You know what I mean? It's just shit. I'm visually hyperfeminine, still non-binary. Fuck off with these shit ideas. I can wear whatever the fuck I want. Same bullshit. Oh, you wore that short skirt, etc. Piss off. Right, exactly. It's like, comes back to, you know, if you object to hyperfeminine trans women but not hyperfeminine cis women, there's a word for that. Exactly. There's a word for that we're all very, you know, we're all very acutely aware of, aren't we? You know? Pat Potato says, when you attack someone with their identity, you hurt every person who identifies with it that can see that comment. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
With the people in your life when these topics come up can help people to feel comfortable doing the same. And if they feel comfortable bringing up any concerns they may have based on the misinformation and headlines they've been seeing or the posts they've been reading, you now have the opportunity to set the record straight. Which is the third step, education. Having conversations with people one-on-one is usually going to give you a better outcome than trying to do the same with people online. But if you are having these conversations
Shafiq, transmisogyny
spaces, I think the best way to combat the misinformation is by exposing the root of these claims for what they are, homophobia, transphobia. Because even if Matt Walsh is a self-identified fascist, if children are being indoctrinated, sexualized, and groomed, what do Matt Walsh's political beliefs change about that? Society is the host to these stigmas, and we need to make the host inhospitable to them, inoculate people who are vulnerable to this manipulation by leading with education and empathy.
Yeah.
If your child's school is having a meeting about LGBTQ+ inclusive policies, show up, be prepared, be cognizant of the policies the local politicians are pushing, and attend town hall meetings if you can.
Show up for us. It's like I said yesterday. Show up for us. Do something. Do you know what I mean? Just anything. It doesn't matter how small it is. It doesn't matter if you've not got a lot of time, etc., etc. Do something.
The fight against misinformation is a quiet battle of self-reflection, empathy, and education. These are slow-burning processes, so if it ever feels pointless or insignificant, remember that changing deeply ingrained societal prejudices isn't going to be quick. Rome wasn't burned in a day. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Everything that is happening now has happened before and will happen again. But we can prevent all of the collateral damage, the loss of life, the tragedies of moral panics past, simply by following the path of kindness.
Hell yeah.
Follow kindness, not fear.
Fully.
As I'm sure you could tell if you've made it to the
Fear
end of
is the mind killer.
This was an intense, difficult, complicated, and kind of traumatizing video to make for both Hoots and I. This took hundreds of hours to research, write, film, and edit. Hundreds of hours that, to be frank, we were paid far less than minimum wage. We didn't do this for the money, obviously, as we would have made more money working those hours at McDonald's. Ugh, I want fries now. If you'd like to help contribute to rectifying this,
don't ever mention McDonald's. Oh my God.
Link in the description for one-time donations that are automatically split between Hoots and I. We also each have Patreons where you can support us monthly. An extended version of this video is available exclusively to people who sign up at patreon.com/littlehoot, and an ad-free version is available to my patrons at patreon.com/Kaylin Conrad. I offer
that's right.
of all my videos to
go check out that link. Go give Kaylin and Hoots money.
Patrons, as well as e-zines or being featured in the credits of these videos. Hoots, do you have anything to add?
Hey everyone, it's Little Hoot from the video. Kaylin and I love producing the fictional television series Folk Devils so much that the day after this video launches, we plan on posting Satanic Panic and Save Our Children as separate, shorter videos on my channel.
Hell yeah.
Produce a few more episodes in the Folk Devil series over there. So if you liked those segments and want to watch them again and or see more from Hoots Hootman and Folk Devils, head on over to my channel and click on that bell.
That's right. Subscribe to Little Hoot.
Comment, subscribe, all the familiar calls to action. Okay, thanks. Bye.
And please go to youtube.com/littlehoot and subscribe.
Thanks, Shafiq.
The card. It was very generous of her to let me upload this to my channel instead of hers, and it would be a shame if you didn't get to see more of her work because of her generosity.
You heard him, folks.
If you want to see or hear more from us, you can follow us on Twitter. I'm at Kaylin Conrad, Hoots at Hoot Little, as well as subscribe to our podcast, Respect the Dead, the podcast where we talk shit about dead people who made the world a worse place to live in while they were living, like Fred Phelps and Rush Limbaugh and Vlad the Impaler. That's Dracula.
It is Dracula.
Undying gratitude to everyone who lent their voices and support to this project. You're all freaking superstars. Stay gay, besties.
That's right. I am a superstar, and I will be staying gay. I absolutely will be. Hell yeah! What a fucking video, chat. That was so rad. That was honestly like one of the best videos I've seen on this topic. Yeah, phenomenal. Again, the links to Little Hoot and Kaylin Conrad are in the chat. Please go and support both of them. Look, there's me. There's me and all our friends in the credits. Look, and more. Oh my God, so many of us. Incredible. Absolutely brilliant. Look at that. Yeah, this video would not be possible without the queer and trans journalists speaking truth to power. 1000%. Yeah, I love this so much. Yeah, watch it again sometime soon. Yeah, absolutely. Like, make sure that you, you know, if you've watched the video only on my channel or on another streamer's channel or whatever, just stick it on in the background. You know, put it on mute or whatever, or on low volume when you go into bed or something like that, like fall asleep to it or something. And then, you know, you're giving that person watch time. You're giving them, you know, a bunch of fucking good metrics on the YouTube and stuff like that. I say that person, I mean Kaylin. You know. After I watched the first time, I had a dream that was like a secret extra segment, so I had to go watch it again to make sure I hadn't missed it. Well, there you go. There is actually a secret hidden segment. Birdie didn't have a dream. They were experiencing reality when that happened, and you should all go and try and watch it again and try and find the secret hidden segment. There you go. So there's an incentive for you to watch it again. There's a secret hidden segment that I purposefully missed out in my reaction to the video. So there you go. You've got to do that now. Skidada, hello, welcome in. What's going on? yeah, gayness intensifies. Really good. Honestly, yeah, and I think just like a really good amount of stuff. The secret segment is on Juliet's Patreon. I didn't know that Juliet, regular in the chat, community member of DJ Muel, I didn't know that Juliet was a content creator. I think you mean Little Hoot, don't you? Which is very cute, actually, because that means that you know lots of people in this stream and you pay attention. So I can tell that Smutty Baba Yaga is actually a correct fan. A true fan. So there you go. That's how you know that someone's a true fan. And they actually pay attention to the people in the chat. But yeah, absolutely incredible. I fucking loved that. It was so good. Chat. I'm doing earlier streams, you know? Like, this is a thing that's happening. Like, I'm actually just, like, going live earlier. And it's weird. It doesn't feel like I should be ending the stream, but it is. I've been streaming for, like, fucking, you know, 4 hours. 4 and a bit hours, which is longer than I normally stream. So it's a bit crazy, really. Like, it's only, like, 10 to 10. But, chat, we will be now raiding somebody else. I'm going to go take you to someone else on Twitch. It's going to be very fun. It's going to be very gay. And that's that, really. So, unfortunately, I think we've missed, like, the majority of this. But Sophie, our wonderful friend Sophie, has been streaming, watching the Caleb Morpin addressing Caleb Morpin addressing the little cheeky fact that he likes his face to be as red as his bottom. I'm just making light of it. I shouldn't really make light of it. He genuinely is an abusive piece of shit. So anyway, we're gonna go raid Sophie. Yeah. Please don't suggest people to raid. It won't happen. I've got lots and lots of people in my follower list. I've been streaming on Twitch for 6 years. I will raid who I raid, and that is the end of that. But listen, chat, thank you so much for everybody, like, hanging out here while there are, like, so many people, like, watching Sophie and stuff like that, like, and also watching, like, other people at this time in the day and shit like that. Like, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting me. Join me with the raid. It'd be really cool if you did so. Don't forget to check out my socials. Support me on Patreon. Check out the VODs. If you've missed a stream in the past, there's loads. There's literally hundreds of fucking VODs out there that you can watch. And check out my Patreon. Check out my TikTok and all that stuff. Thank you for the share. Great vid. Take it easy, lovely people. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, everybody. It's been really cool. Thank you for all the support today. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for this. Don't think I could have watched the whole thing on my own. That's why I watch this. That's why I watch this stuff, so that people can watch it with other people. Raids aren't working for some people. Listen, here is Sophie's channel. I'm going to just drop the link in the chat real quick. Yeah, there you go. Just head to Sophie's channel. If the raid isn't working for you, just head to Sophie's channel. Chat, I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.